Okay, welcome everybody. Good morning. Thank you. Good morning everyone. It's great to see you here actually in the flesh and not behind the screen from way back in February when we had the event. Again, apologies that I was not able to be there at the time. I think I did manage to show up with a very bandaged hand at the very end after a well-awaited surgery. It really is my pleasure to welcome everybody here today at the John McIntyre Conference Centre in sunny Scotland for our final Team Saltire event. Whether you're joining us online or here in the room, welcome. Before we get properly started and before introducing our first speaker, I just need to do a little bit of housekeeping. I haven't been told whether or not there will be a fire alarm drill. I am thoroughly hoping that that will not be the case, but if there is a fire alarm, please escape through the fire exits in an orderly manner. Today we will hear from several speakers, both in here and in our breakout rooms. We'll be using the Prestonfield room, which is at the bar to the right through the double doors, and the Salisbury room, which is at the bar to the left through the double doors. We're also, as I said, joined by many Saltire awardees online, and for you, the program is a lot simpler. You just have to stay right where you are and on the link that you're using to join us today. You won't have to change rooms. But then again, you also won't get the very nice coffee. The online masterclasses will be broadcast from this room, but we've also set up recording in the other rooms so that the masterclasses that you were not able to attend today, whether in person or online, you may have access to for the ones that are suitable for a further viewing post-event, and they will be made available when they are ready. Finally, we do have a packed schedule, so when you hear an announcement of sorts that the session that you are currently in is finished, please do try to make your way swiftly to the next part of the program. If in doubt, please just ask. Now, it's my pleasure to invite to the stage for our formal welcome address, Professor Bill MacDonald. Aside from being the CEO of Scott Chem, make sure you do look out for Bill throughout the day during tea and lunch. He is our very own magicien extraordinaire, a member of the Magic Circle here in Edinburgh, and he'll be showing off some of his tricks throughout the day. Bill.
Yeah, I should say I can read the future, and a very easy one is that you're all going to have a brilliant day today. So I look forward to meeting you throughout the course of the day. First of all, welcome to the Saltire event on behalf of myself, Scott Chem team, Alan and Suzanne. And I'd like to welcome all those of you who are attending in person, those of you who are online. The Team Saltire programme is designed to bring together the entire Saltire Emerging Research Awardees as a single cohort. I mean, you guys here are our future research leaders. And this is an opportunity for you to hone your broader skills rather than just your discipline skills today. Some of you may be looking at the programme and saying, what's this got to do with me, some of the things that are on today? But as someone who spent a lot of time, my career was in industry, I did a lot of recruitment. We know that you guys are all technically very able, so it's the other stuff that makes the difference. You know, your ability to communicate, leadership skills, your creativity, your ability to take on new skills. These are the sort of things we're also looking for when you're being interviewed. And today, you're going to get a wonderful chance to kind of broaden your own skills. It'll make you more employable. And for those of you who are planning a career in research, you have to be able to sell what you're doing. You have to be able to promote your research, and you will learn about how to do things like that today. So to that end, Alan and Suzanne have put together what I think is a really impressive series of masterclasses. I had nothing to do with it, but I'm totally impressed with what they've managed to pull together. So you're in for a real treat today. The Team Saltire is also aimed to complement the collaborations you have in your own individual disciplines. And so today you've got a chance to come together across disciplines, engage with people in topics outside your own areas. Now, if I could just pass on a couple of tips from my experience in industry, the importance of networking, making contacts, knowing who's who to go to, who to influence is incredibly important. So today, make and get to know your colleagues, because these people will be rising through their careers as you are, and you can go to them any time for help, guidance, influencing, whatever. The other thing is we used to spend a lot of time, where does our next invention come from, and planning for innovation. We spent a lot of time and effort thinking, how the hell do you do this? I haven't got a definitive answer for that, but one area that was always fruitful was working across the boundaries of science, of different science disciplines. So what may seem obvious in chemistry may be completely new in biology, and equally chemists can learn from biology and so on across different disciplines. So get a chance to find out what the other researchers here are doing in different disciplines. Can it affect your research? Can you help them? And so on. From a ScotChem perspective, we're delighted to be leading the Team Saltire programme. It's enabled us to see all the projects across the Saltire Emerging Research Programme, not just the chemistry ones, but the other amazing research that's going on here in Scotland and across Europe. And from a ScotChem perspective, that's also allowed us to hone our skills in collaborating with the other sciences, social sciences, arts and humanities. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank our colleagues. Now, I was going to challenge you to name as many of these acronyms as possible. I see they're actually all up there on the board. So there's EasyCat, MAST, SAGE, SGSAH, SGSSS, SIXCA, SALSA and SUPA. And for us, it's been great building new relationships with all these organisations and to help us build cross-disciplinary programmes. I'd like to thank the Scottish Funding Council and the Scottish Government for funding the Saltire Exchanges and the Team Saltire programme. And finally, I'd like to thank Alan and Suzanne for all the work they've put into building up this programme today. So I look forward to meeting you during the course of the activities.
Thank you very much, Bill. So after our magician, who will no doubt be using his card tricks throughout the day, you may want to ask our next speaker a tip or two about driving or skidding for that matter. He was once offered a job as a skid-bound instructor at Silverstone. Now we know him as Mike Cantley. He's the chair of NatureScot, Scotland's nature agency. He's also a board member of Crossreach, one of the largest social care agencies in Scotland. Today, however, Mike is joining us in his capacity as chairman of the board of SFC, the Scottish Funding Council, for which he was recently reappointed just last year. Mike.
Yes, good morning. Pleasure to be here. Yes, I can skid cars, but I couldn't actually find a guest car parking space out there. Maybe you got there first, I don't know. It's a pleasure to be here. It's really nice to see you all because I know a lot about you, but I've never met you before. So it is a pleasure. You have a packed schedule and a very well organized event, and credit to Alan and others for doing that. This, of course, is an opportunity to celebrate what you've all achieved, and that is a really important part of the Saltire programme in its own right. It's also an opportunity today to remind ourselves of the thinking behind the development of what is a really unique programme, certainly a unique programme for us. So the idea was rooted in the Scottish Government's commitment to supporting discovery and innovation in our universities. And you're going to meet the Minister later, and that's a big thing. We asked the Minister to go to lots of things, few of which he can actually manage to do. And he was really enthusiastic about coming today, and he is coming along just shortly. The Emerging Researcher Scheme is one of the whole suite of Saltire Research Awards funded by the Scottish Government and administered through the Scottish Funding Council and the Royal Society for Edinburgh. And together the awards are designed to maintain and strengthen Scottish-European research collaboration. And more widely, the Scottish Funding Council has invested almost £300 million of public money. Yeah, £300 million of public money we invest in university research on an annual basis, certainly in this last year, an investment in, as we see it, Scotland's future prosperity, well-being and enlightenment. There's an individual element to this investment, though, because it supports that need you all in the room today have, as researchers, to learn more about things that matter to you, to discover truths, perhaps, is the right way to put it, and to live more fulfilling lives as a result. Internationally, of course, research is a highly competitive environment, and we need to create even stronger links between our universities here in Scotland and universities elsewhere in the world. And this is what the Saltire Emerging Researcher Scheme set out to do, and in my view, and in our view at the Scottish Funding Council, has achieved brilliantly. Its legacy covers many areas of research and 21 countries. The outcomes of the exchanges that have taken place under the scheme have been celebrated in reports and blogs and presentations, as you know well. And the legacy is also dynamic and ongoing, with valuable links made between institutions and lifelong professional networks created for the future. All of this will, I hope, have a positive impact on university research here in Scotland. We know this because there is good evidence to support the fact that researchers who have travelled, especially within the EU, are particularly productive and highly cited. Scotland already produces a higher proportion of publications with international partners than the UK average, and this programme will help to ensure that remains the case. Looking at tangible examples, there has already been the establishment of formal partnerships and new opportunities, such as the SALSA Fund, that is now catalysing new research collaborations between Scotland and the Rhineland-Pfalz region of Germany. Just one example. I hope the exchanges have also been personally rewarding and that they will be stepping stones towards your own future career goals. In that context, I also would like you to know that Scottish Funding Council's support for your work certainly does not end here. Amongst other things, the Scottish Funding Council's foundational research and knowledge exchange funding helps to ensure there is money for early stage research that is too preliminary to attract external funding. We support the environment for undertaking postgraduate research through our research postgraduate grant. And our recently launched Alliances for Research Challenges programme encourages future collaborations across disciplines, institutions and sectors. So, I'd like to add my thanks to Bills on the achievements of the consortia that administered the exchange schemes. Also, my appreciation goes to my own staff at Scottish Funding Council who championed the scheme and supported it all the way through. But finally, and perhaps most importantly, I would genuinely like to congratulate all of you for your willingness to adventure out and make the academic and personal connections that will help cement the international research collaborations of the future. You have indeed been amazing, and I pay tribute to you. Congratulations and thank you.
Thank you very much, Mike, and thanks again to the SFC, and in particular Charlotte Matheson over here for administering this generous funding from the Scottish Government to strengthen research partnerships in Europe. Now I'd like to invite you to head over to your chosen masterclass for our first session. They will begin in the next 5 minutes. In here, we'll have Nigel Houghton speak on how to improve your research visuals and make them more effective. If you signed up for the Creative Imperative delivered by Drew Rowlands of IVE, please head over to the Salisbury room. So that is to the left of the bar, if I still remember my geography of the place. And if you chose the Foresight for Future Thinking, presented by Alexander Alexiou from Arup, please head over to Prestonfield, and that should be at the bar to the right. Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay, well, again, good morning. Thank you for being here. And thank you to Alan and Suzanne for asking me. So today I'm going to talk to you, and we're going to have lots of slides here to look at, lots of visuals, and give you some ideas on how you can improve your research visuals to make them more effective, basically. Or just in general, how to create more effective graphics. Because we all produce graphics, but when you Google research graphics, there are hundreds out there, and not many of them, well, I don't know, maybe 50% are really effective. Okay, but we can always do better. And I'm here today to give you some tips on maybe how to make your graphics more effective. So just out of interest, I Googled myself as well. Don't normally do this. But yes, it does show that where I come from my original degree was in botanical and medical illustration. So I'm an artist in that respect. But this shows a lot of my work that I've done previously. And then I spent 20 years at New Scientist and 10 years working for myself, producing many, many different types of visuals for many, many different types of clients. But basically in the scientific sphere. So I'm used to the sort of the graphics, the research graphics that you're producing for your papers and your journals. You know, from very simple histograms, bar charts, through to, you know, ubiquitous line charts, scatter plots. We all know how to read these. Nothing wrong with the bar chart, nothing wrong with the line chart. They work perfectly because we know how to read them, yeah? But there are elements to those graphics that don't always work. You know, to more sort of sophisticated, shall we say, graphics that actually aren't that complicated to work out, because fundamentally that's a stacked bar chart. And the premise of that graphic, as you can see from the headline, says cocaine, origins and purity, and we wanted to show where the cocaine comes from and where it goes to. So basically a stacked bar chart, but we put some fancy flows in the middle of it, which should help you to understand that, you know, majority, for instance, of the cocaine in the world comes from Colombia and ends up in Belgium, France and the UK, because that's what the headline said. But also on the headline it says purity values. So there's a small chart at the bottom that shows you the purity values as well. And hopefully again you can see from here that, for instance, in the UK the purity values are anything from 25% to 90%, whereas in Cyprus you know you're getting the spot on cocaine if that's what you're looking for, yeah? So that's what this is all about, but it said cocaine, origins and purity. So that was what the graphic was all about, and this is for the drug agency in Lisbon, European Drug Agency we produced this for. So that's the premise of that. We're thinking about what we wanted to show, thinking about the best way at that time that we wanted to show it. Scientific American, this is a full-page graphic. This is very much along your sort of research graphics where you're trying to do a visual resume of your paper, for instance. So you've got flow maps here, you've got flows of the butterfly going south to north, you've got the life cycle, you've got your scatter plots. But it's telling the whole story. It's a one-page graphic. Timelines, we have to do a timeline. You can't get away from doing timelines sometimes. And what can you do with timelines? There isn't actually much you can do. It starts here, it finishes here. Or it starts here and it finishes there. You know? So, again, it's thinking about what you're trying to get across to your audience. In this instance, for the IPCC 1.5 report from COP26. The premise of this was to show that 1988, the IPCC was formed. Not a lot happened in the first sort of 10 years. And then literally nothing happened until the Copenhagen Accord in 2009, when everybody suddenly woke up and thought, wow, this is really happening. And since then, you can see there's a lot of things going on. So that was the idea for that graphic, was to show, you know, we started here, a couple of things happened, absolutely nothing happened. We've got to do something about it. So, you know, it's all about what you're trying to get across to your audience. Graphics that complement text. I'll just blow that one up. Again, looking at drug trafficking. So if you are just having a look at a full page, hopefully the images will allow you to understand the different types of drug trafficking that were going along. Don't have to read the text. If you want some more information, you can read the text to give you that extra information. So this is a form of graphic that backs up the words that you have on your page as well. So, you know, different forms of graphic here. So you can see, you know, you can get it in submarines, in boats, in containers, in bags, in the containers as well. So it's all about getting your message across in the best possible way. Some graphics have no words. I can use my pointer on this one. So this one is basically a flow of data to a report for a commercial bank. Without the text, it's pretty meaningless, to be perfectly honest. With the text, it means something. These here are for Scientific American again, and they were basically placeholders. So it's a form of graphic to try and help you remember what that paragraph of text was about, which can always help as well. So, I mean, may mean nothing to you, but you're sort of spiraling stars here. You've got pulsars, you've got black holes, and you've got sort of string theory, all within space. So with the text, it might allow you to remember what that text was about. This one here I just did personally for me. I was giving blood. I didn't know what my blood type was. And then I went home and thought, well, who can I actually give my blood to? And when you read the text, it's just so difficult to take on board. So I thought I'd produce a graphic for myself to show that if I happen to be A+, then my recipients can be A+ or AB+, or whatever your blood type is. So that was literally for me to work out what was going on. Some reports, and you will see reports, will contain a lot of different types of graphics, from line charts to, this is again for the latest IPCC report, where we produced a lot of graphics for the report and for the FAQs. And the FAQs are meant for people like yourselves and for journalists as well to try and understand 400-page report, 600-page report into one or two graphics, basically the premise of that particular chapter. So lots of different types of graphics, explanatory graphics, got one here, explanatory graphics explaining what is happening with the Gulf Stream. So lots of annotation on it, but the annotation and the headlines, as I'll get to in a minute, are really, really important. And the flow, the 1, 2, 3, 4, or the ABC, it's really important to try and get that in there and make it easy for your reader to understand. To graphics with lots of text, you know. And for this one, we're just trying to show what happened in the past, what happened in the future. So what happened in the past is on the left-hand side, or the left-hand side as you look at me, and what happens in the future is on the right-hand side. What happened in the past we've made as a grey colour, because it is important. But what's happening now and in the future we've made colour to bring that forward, basically. And you can see here that there are few icons here. We were looking at climate models, and over here there's lots of icons. There's lots of more information that we are now looking at when it comes to climate change. So lots of different ways of producing visuals for different means, for different audiences, for different mediums. But it's all about showing that information, informing your reader, your viewer, explaining, guiding them. Even if it's a bar chart, you can guide them through your bar chart. Making it understandable, it's useful. Making it appropriate as well, and that could be colours, it can be wording, it can be the types of wording you use, it can be the flow. Obviously, it's got to be useful. If you can make it visually attractive as well to keep people, or actually to hook people in the first place, then that's great. And accuracy is paramount, and there's no reason why you shouldn't actually produce anything that's not accurate, but it happens. So the elements of an infographic. Obviously, you've got the information, the data. You've got the design, the flow, the colours you use, the type of arrows you use. And then you've got your story, your text, your explanation, your headline. It's not often I get to produce a Venn diagram because they're not actually that good. But in my mind, the infographic is that little sweet spot in the middle. Nothing is more important than anything else when you produce any sort of visual. The headline's really important. The text is really important. The way the text flows is really important. That orange colour that you've used, that is really important. The elements you use, nothing is more important. It should all work together. And nothing should outdo anything else in an ideal graphic. It doesn't always work, and I'm sure you'll find something that I've shown you or will show you later on that you'll disagree with. But fine, you can tell me. So, where do we start? First question to ask. What is the point? There's not always a point for a graphic. Just because you've got a space and you want to fill it, that's probably the worst reason to produce a graphic. And sometimes being a freelancer, it will put me out of a job. But it really is an important thing to think about. What is the point of this graphic? What am I trying to get across? Do I really need to get this across? There is a point. Okay, if there is a point, who's my audience? Are they my peers? Is it, like for New Scientists, the whole world? Well, we hoped it was the whole world for New Scientists. But, whoever went into a supermarket and bought the magazine or subscribed. So when we were producing graphics for New Scientist or Scientific American, you're producing it from somebody who buys a magazine in Tesco's, for instance, to an expert in the field. Stephen Hawking, for instance, used to read it when he was around. So think about your audience. What do they want to know? What should they know? Do you need to produce one graphic or more than one graphic, depending on your audience? Are you standing on a stage explaining your process or your visual? That can make it slightly different as well. Where would they be viewing it? On stage, in a book, online. I haven't got it here, but for a mobile phone, think about where they will be looking at this graphic as well. And again, it could be more than one graphic. If you work for a newspaper, for instance, like The Guardian, I work for The Guardian in the UK, you can produce 5 or 6 graphics, different versions for different formats. So think about that. You're the experts, so you do know this. But sometimes it is worth thinking about, do I understand it well enough to be able to draw and explain it simply? Could I explain it to a 5-year-old, for instance, very, very quickly? Or explain it to a numpty like me, who doesn't know, and get the message across? That's very important as well. So, what's the point? Who's the audience? Where are they viewing it? And then obviously you get on to ideas and preparations for that visual. And this is a really important process, especially for me, but it should be for you, even if you are the experts in that particular field. Ask questions. Ask questions of yourself. Okay, it's easy for me, if I'm doing the job, somebody will come to me, I can ask hundreds of questions. I can ask really stupid questions at times as well, because I'm not an expert. But I think you've got to think that way as well, because not everybody will be up to your standard. So think about that as well. Come up with ideas, ask questions, get those answers. It's a really important process. And then, I haven't got one in my hand, I feel sort of bare at the minute, sketch. I've normally got a pencil here. but I just haven't got one. Sketching is really important, whether it's, you know, on paper or on the iPad, or whatever your sketching process is. That is just your mind. It's just your mind. You can quickly sketch things, 2 or 3 seconds, try things out. It's really, really important. You can see my sketches include, well, they don't actually include much colour, to be honest, because colours, in that instance, is secondary. I'm trying to get the information across. Words. There's a lot of words here for a sketch. It is really important. Words are as important as your doodle. Some are with grids, some are more sketchy than others, but yeah, sketch, 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 I would always say, because it is about showing the information, informing, explaining, guiding, making it understandable. So different sketches for different formats. This one here is sort of a mocked up page sketch for online. But it shows a flow, and it shows what elements we might be able to get into that particular graphic. And it's something to show yourself or your client or your colleagues as to the way you're thinking. And then you can go back to that cyclical, can I ask some more questions? Does it really work? So some examples of this, a sketch. 3D, no, I don't often do 3D graphics. And 3D graphics probably I wouldn't recommend, but I thought I'd give it a go anyway. Not much to say about that. That's the 2D version, a bit more thought through, shall we say. So you can see it's aircraft, and you can see something's going on here. In the first one, it seems to be that I'm looking more at the negative space, whereas this one I'm looking more at the positive space. And it's still got the same elements of the same graphics there. But this is a process, and it's gone through, I'm only showing you 2 sketches here, but it's gone through probably 5 or 6 sketches, maybe even more, to get to the finished graphic. And you can see basically, you know, my initial sketch has a lot of elements in it that end up in the final graphic. You know, so it's worthwhile sketching these things out. And I actually got rid of a lot of colour there. And you saw one of these sketches a minute ago. Again, this is for Scientific American, but it's a sketch, and I'm given a size. So here's your square. This is what you're doing. You're doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 8 boxes or 4 boxes, tell the story. So again, I'm constricted. It's a page graphic. It's for a magazine. How do I get this information in? And so you come up with these sketches and these ideas. And again, I'm going backwards and forwards in this cyclical manner, asking questions, getting answers, or not getting answers sometimes, because sometimes you think you know, but you don't necessarily know. So you need me to ask these stupid questions at times. It comes back, we add things, we take things out, we think about the wording, we think about the flow, and it's only then that I go ahead and begin to produce it, develop it, refine it, and edit it down. So they're my shapes. I've got to stick within these shapes. We'll go for a nice sort of a grey, sort of isometric view of what's happening with these stars and things. Great, it's coming along nicely. No, it's not. We need it on black. So you have to rethink what works on black. Instead of a colour on white for paper, now it's a different colour on black. So what works on black? It's stars, it's space, so purples, blues on blacks, you know, anything that really sort of stands out, yellows and oranges. So same fundamental process, but totally rethinking because we're now on a dark colour and not a light colour. But this developing and refining and editing, it might seem like a bit of a faff, and is it really worth it? Yes, it's worth it. The cyclical answers, questions, sketching, and mocking up could take 80% of the time. But then once you get to that stage, that 20% is just producing the visual in the end. That's the easy bit. This is the bit that's worthwhile working on. So you can see that some of the sketches that I started out with, and this is all done over the telephone, some of the sketches I started out with basically ended up pretty much as they were in the finished article. And again, it changed around shape, and you've got to fit in all the different parameters, and they wanted to add some more words, and I had to make my graphic slightly different shape, slightly different depth, or whatever it happens to be. But it is worthwhile going through that process and coming up with some weird and wacky ideas. You know, we're all used to looking at bar charts, and line charts are little icons, but maybe try them in a slightly different format. I just thought this would work as a circle. It's a nice, pleasing shape. We tried it various different ways. This is for a sort of a resume of a research paper looking at electric vehicles. So that is a sort of an electric vehicle car in the middle of there, but comparing 3 different science papers. And I thought, it's a nice shape. Let's give it a go. Let's try and make it work. So we put it on. We start adding some words. The client wants a lot of words. I don't want a lot of words. So it's that fight between what they want and what I would like to see from a visual perspective. I'm obviously lost out on this one because there's a lot more words than I would really ideally like. But we're getting there. And it's trial and error. We'll try it this way. Can we fit in all the information that you want? No, we can't actually. Okay, so we'll have to go back to your boring bar chart. But say nothing wrong with that. It's really clear. And it's actually much clearer than the circular effect. And we can get in a bit more information as well. And this one was also designed, it's designed for paper, but it was also designed thinking that you could split it up into 3 or 4 different versions as well, 3 and 4 different graphics to tell the story. So you've got the headline, time to park the deep sea mining plan. Then you've got the subhead that gives you a bit more information about what this is all about. And then you've got the quantities of metals needed to produce the EV batteries, and then you've got additional information at the bottom as well. But again, that's that iteration of going through that questions and answers and really thinking about your audience and what they want. And again, consistency as well. Consistency across reports, consistency across papers is important. Your readers want consistency because we're all lazy. Fundamentally, we're all lazy, right? So you have to give them a headline where they go, oh yeah, I get it. Give them a graphic where they go, oh yeah, I get that. And if that's orange in that graphic and that's orange in that graphic, I understand it. Consistency is really important. And across the IPCC report, we produced, I don't know, lots of different FAQs, 20, 25 FAQs. It's a consistent style and a consistent color scheme and a consistent sort of headline and effect. So it's easy on the reader. They don't have to work at understanding what they're about to look at. So just examples of consistency here. This is a job I did last year. Obviously, that's the Mediterranean Sea. Goes without saying. You would get that straight away. But you can see there's a pie chart there. I love a pie chart. Don't hate pie charts. Got to love pie charts. For the right things, they're great. But there are a lot of words there. And this is an initial sketch. There are words. There are arrows going up and down. There's processes there. So that went through that cyclical backwards and forwards, questions and answers. This is the final graphic. See, I told you that was the Mediterranean. Look, that's Italy. And there were 5 of these. And these were a graphic to start off a new chapter looking at various elements when you look at climate change and how it's going to affect the Mediterranean region. And so each chapter would have we wanted it to look, to be consistent, to have the same sort of look and feel, but just a change of colour, depending on the subject matter. So this is obviously energy, so we decided on sort of a reddy pinky colour. And you can actually see a lot of the graphics and a lot of the information I've put in these sketches here have come forward to the final graphic as well. You've got the pie chart there, well, it's going to be a donut chart actually, but better than a pie chart in my mind. But you've got the little arrows, they're all here, these words are here, and it's fitting in a lot of information. But then thinking, how am I going to make this consistent over 5 graphics? So that's the next one. Again, now you know that's a Mediterranean, right? My rubbish little sketch, you know that. And you can see the words are there. There's a lot of words there. There's hardly any visual at all. But as I said, words are important, and those words will lead to visuals in the end. And so this is water and food. So what colour do we do? Water's blue. Food we've done as green here. So, the colours you use are very important as well. It still irks in my mind here, where are we here? Fish are in green. Fish are blue, aren't they? I mean, fish aren't green, really. But it's to do, we're talking about the food element and not the water element there, and that's why they're green. But, these things really matter. Well, they matter to me, and they should matter to you as well. Fish aren't green. They're in the water here. So, think about that. It does matter. But a lot of the information we have on the sketch has ended up in the finished visual. And I say, consistency, there are 5 of these, and so they all look roughly the same. So you don't have to work to understand what the hell you're looking at. It is the Mediterranean, you know that. So, and I'm a keen bird watcher, so I've got my nice bird pictures in as well, you know, but just to try and make it relevant to people. Oh, this is to do with wetlands. Oh, this is to do with sea level rise. So you've got, you know, a big wave. And that's actually accurate as well. Everything's accurate. If it's sea level rise of 300%, then that wave is 300% bigger than the wave next to it. So consistency in colour, consistency in style, and consistency across the board, basically. And always thinking about your audience and what they want and trying to get the easiest way that they can take that information in. And it works for tables as well. This is a make your eyes bleed, this colour scheme. But I'm not saying this is good. I'm not saying this is good. I looked at this and thought, whoa, diabolical. But it's an Excel table, and you know, an Excel table we love, and we can do, you know, little things to make them just that little bit better. This is literally just putting some white space around the cells, using the same colour scheme but desaturating the colour, so it's not making your eyes bleed. At least you actually might want to look at it as a full-page graphic. But try these things out and just space in and give it a bit of air, what we call sort of creative white space, really. Don't cram things in. Obviously, you can go too far. I went too far. This wasn't produced. It was disregarded. It was thrown away, screwed up. But you've got to try these things. And it's all about trying and developing and maybe going too far. But then you come back a bit. It's great. It's easy. Don't know which one you prefer, but I think the middle one sort of works quite well, really. You can see the numbers. You can see the colours. You can see what it's trying to show you. I'll go back onto the headline of that one in a minute, actually. But as I say, titles are really important. Make them short, make them snappy, because you've got the subhead to give a bit more, to flesh out what you're talking about. And especially with science papers. I mean, I've been banging on about science papers, actually putting a title in every now and again and be useful. I put them in, they strip them out once they get to nature. But that's the way it is. But if we keep doing it, we will get there eventually. So, you know, water and food in the Mediterranean. You've seen that graphic, you know what it's about. So increasing demand, decreasing supply. So, you know, a good snappy graphic. What is your best decade? You haven't seen that graphic, but I'm sure you can work out what that graphic will be about. Maritime trafficking, you've seen that one. So, you know, short, snappy, informative titles. Reduce climate impacts from the Paris Agreement. That's pretty self-explanatory. This one you'll get, right? You know what that graphic's about, all right? So, and then your subhead can explain, and your graphic will turn you from the vines to the drinking of it. You know, so you know what that's about. Make them clear, and make them explanatory. How we raised the money in 2016, and then how we spent the money. 2 little pie charts they were, but 2 very, very simple headlines that make sense. This one you have seen, but doesn't make sense. You wouldn't know what that was. And again, we were stuck to size and shape and what we could fit in, the number of letters in a title. And so because we couldn't make that work, I drew the butterfly. You know, so you know it's about a monarch butterfly, but because otherwise, monarch could be anything. Sort of kings and queens. So yeah, it's all about relevance and making your headline stick for your readers. Going back to this horrendous table that I've just shown you. I can say that because I've redrawn it, so I can say it's horrendous. This is not how you do a headline, but this is how nature would like you to do a headline. Summary table. We know it was. Selected key variables by country, percentages if not otherwise indicated, SBAD 2011 colours indicate SIG, hyphenated, significant changes to the 2007 data collection. That is not how you do a headline, because I've forgotten what it's about now. It's just, gone. That's from there. Doesn't help me at all. Do you know what that table's about? No, you have no idea. because that headline, by the time you've read the end of that first sentence, taking a breath halfway through significant, you know, you've lost the will to take on board what is there. And also, is red bad? Is green good? We assume so, but we don't know. Because they put this right down the bottom. That's useless. If you're going to use a legend, bring it up or tell me what it's about. But anyway, so that was my attempt at making that a bit more of a digestible headline, shall we say. So it's a summary table. We had to keep the word in it. So selected key variables by country. Space, take a breath. Percentages, if not otherwise indicated, SPAD 2014. I updated the data, okay. End of subhead. And then, hey, a bit of some words explaining what the key is going to mean. Colours indicate significant change to the data collection, and then the key, before we even get to the table. So I know, as a reader, what I'm about to look at, and then I know whether I actually want to read it or not, rather than that very long right at the top, and the key at the bottom. So we're just thinking red is bad and green is good. And actually, if the increase is what we're really interested in, why not put it first on the key? Because that's obviously the most important, and that was a question I asked. What do you want me as a reader? What's the most important here? Oh, it's the increase. Well, put that first in the key then. So yeah, simple things. Now I've sort of spoken about them, you'll probably go, oh yeah, that's obvious. But it's not always thought about. And so use titles to explain. So that title will explain what the graphic is about to be and what you're going to look at. It's a timeline, and it's showing milestones in the preparation of the special reports. You know, use titles to explain. Editing the genomes of human embryos. Obvious what that graphic's going to be about, and that's the graphic. But also, there was a second headline on that full-page graphic. Human embryo development. Yeah, well, we know what we're about to look at now, don't we? You know, so it's very simple. That's all you need. And you can use titles for different titles for the same graphic, sorry. BBC produced some good graphics. Countries which emit the most carbon dioxide. Easy, simple, you know what it is. China, US, EU. But you can use the same graphic and change the headline, and it still makes sense. The US is the world's second biggest emitter of carbon dioxide. No work needed there. You can use that graphic twice, 2 different stories as they did. Just change the headline. You know, so, you know, headlines are important. They're as important as the visual. And this is something that, it's just a bugbear that I have, actually. Questions need answers. If you give me a question in the title, as a reader, I want to see the answer. I don't want to have to work at finding what the answer is. If you've given me a question, give me the answer. What is the role of clouds in warming climate? No idea looking at the graphic, because I have to work and I'm lazy. So the subhead said clouds affect and are affected by climate change. And overall, scientists expect clouds to amplify future warming. So there's the answer. So I don't have to work at it, trying to find out where that answer is, because you've asked me a question. Another example here. Why are cities the hotspots of global warming? No idea. I have to read the graphic. I have to spend a couple of minutes looking at it and trying to work out what is going on. Cities are usually warmer than their surrounding areas due to factors that trap and release heat. And the lack of natural cooling influences such as water and vegetation. So now I've got the answer, yeah? So if you are, it's something that I find irritating, to be honest, but if you are going to give me a question in the title, show me where it is. Even if it's an arrow saying, this is the answer, something like that. And as you saw in that one just there, use colour. Colour is really important in headlines as well. 2020 fossil emissions, so decrease of 2.4 billion tonnes. That's going to be in green, obviously. You know, so again, that's just making it easy for that reader or for your audience. Emissions from road transport cause a larger share of global 2020 decrease. So you know that road transport in the graphic below is going to be that yellow colour. Fine. There's your answer. You know, so using colour within headlines, or just using one colour within a graphic, can really help to make it more understandable. As I say, we're lazy and we don't really need to work at these things, and we shouldn't. And this one you just saw here. So the US is the world's second biggest emitter, so we make it red. That's what you or I went to. So that ties in. They could have put the word US in red, but decided not to. Didn't really need it in this instance. So lots of ideas to make your visuals more accessible. You know, remembering who your audience is and designing for the medium it will be seen on, whether it's your watch or your tablet or your online or your paper, PDF. So if it's online, it's for the BBC, and again, we're stuck to a particular format. We're stuck to a landscape format. This is the size. Let's produce a graphic to show how many people have yet to live on this planet that we're on at the minute. So 7.7 billion here at the minute. If we look at the birth rates going back 50,000 years, there's only ever been 100 billion people living on the Earth. But looking at the same birth rates, going forward 50,000 years, there's still 6.75 trillion people still to be born and to live on this planet. So we sort of do need to keep it going for a few more years. But we decided that this was the best way to show this visual. We were stuck with this format, and we had the circle falling off the page, effectively. Your eye makes up, there's a huge circle, it's too big, we can't get it on the graphic. So that's for online. We used it in a book, and the book had no colour, different format, and we decided that this was the best way to show. Same information, a lot more words, because you can take the font size down on a book as opposed to being online. Same information, same scale. I sort of think that's still more effective, actually, with it dropping off the page, but hey, there you go. We decided on that because of the way it's being produced. And then the book, the author did a TED Talk, and we used the same format for the TED Talk as well, where he's standing in front of a stage, massive stage, and explaining it. You know, and it was built up with the green dot first, and then the grey dot, and then the orange dot came in and just went like this. So, you know, think about where your audience will see this, the medium it will be seen on. Same information, just produced in various different ways, just thinking about medium. So, paper report for the patient online as a sort of a social media graphic. All the same sort of information, but just produced in slightly different ways for slightly different audiences, and whether it be online or take home. So it's all pretty sort of self-explanatory, really. You know, think about who your audience are, think about the medium, the best way to get the information across. But you're all thinking, well, it's okay for you, you've done this for years, so, you know, where do I get some inspiration from? Get inspiration from everywhere. You all read magazines and newspapers and online blogs or whatever. I've just put a few up here that I would recommend looking at. There are other places that do good graphics, but Reuters do some fantastic graphics. National Geographic, obviously, New York Times, The Guardian, the FT. Wherever you are, just look at the graphics and look how these organisations produce them, because they do produce some really, really good graphics. I produced this, I was staring out the window for hours looking at the birds on the bird feeder. And we were just getting a lot, and I just suddenly thought, oh, I ought to do that. I ought to sort of produce something that means something to me. So, you know, morning there was a parrot and a blackbird and a robin and whatnot. And then lunchtime, a few more species, and then by the evening, as they're stocking up on food for the night time, there's all these birds on the bird feeder, all squabbling to get some food before night time. And rather than just put some words, I put some sort of colours in, some icons, some roundels. And they're not accurate roundels. You look at the green parrots we have in London, and they've got a red beak, and they're all green. So it's sort of proportionate colour schemes here. But it helps me. But so inspiration comes from anywhere. I looked at old books, I've got lots of old books, and I was looking at some of the old books recently and wrote this article for Nightingale about how people back in the 50s and 60s were trying to produce these hand-drawn visuals, hand-drawn graphics, and trying to get that information across. And these are not the easiest graphics to take on board at all. But they're innovative. And the one behind, the circular one, actually when you read it and you understand what's going on, there's not a brilliant headline, so I don't know what I'm looking at. All the words are underneath, figure 25, blah, 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 blah. But if with a decent headline, that's actually a very, very good graphic and a good way of showing that information. But try things out, books, websites, DataViz Catalog, DataViz Project are two really, really good, useful resources to go and have a look at. They both do fundamentally the same thing. DataViz Catalog will give you a list of all the different types of visuals that you could possibly produce for comparative, for instance. If you're thinking of a bar chart, well, what should a bar chart show? It will give you the anatomy of a bar chart. It will tell you what a bar chart should be used for. It will give you variations on the bar chart, and it will give you some apps to help you produce the bar chart. Maybe you don't know how to produce a bar chart, or you're using a different app. So very, very useful. Or if you've got comparative data, for instance, I've got comparative data, I don't know what I'm doing, I don't know, I've got no inspiration, give me some ideas. This will give you some ideas for comparative data. They won't all work because your data has to gel with the visual type that you're using. DataViz Project does the same thing in a slightly different way. They're online, they're updated all the time. We all use them. They're really, really good, really, really useful. I have no affiliation with these, it's just something that I use, yeah. And we all need inspiration. Sometimes looking out the window doesn't give me inspiration. I'm not saying this doesn't, but sometimes it doesn't. But yes, so improving inspiration, sketching, just sketch. It's so important. I really believe that, It's just your ideas. It doesn't matter how bad it is. We can all draw. We can all sketch. We can all doodle. That's where the best ideas come from. And your first idea might be the one you end up with. But try different ideas. These are all the same graphic. Just different ideas, different ways of showing that information. Looking at 25 years from the drug agency in Lisbon. But they're all different ways of showing that information. And 10 minutes for each one. This is for an IPCC, the 1.5 report, but these were all different ways of producing the same information or telling it in a slightly different way, all for the same audience. They're all fundamentally saying the same thing, but looking very, very different. And I worked these up. These were actually sketches, but I worked them up because we couldn't actually decide which one we should go for. And working with the IPCC, you're working with 100 scientists who all want their ideas put in. And so you're trying to work out and filter out everything. The one we came up with and used was this one here. And again, that was what we thought was best then. Looking back now, I might change it. But that's what we're all here to do. We're all here to improve. Things I did yesterday in the office, best things I've done in my life. Tomorrow I'll look back and think, oh, what a load of rubbish. Why didn't I do this? Or why did I use that colour? Or why did I use that word? So it's good at that time. It may not be 2 weeks later. I find this really interesting, actually, and it's probably something that you should be thinking about as well, is critiquing your own work. It's all right critiquing other people's, that's easy, isn't it? Because I'll never see these people again. Well, I do, because we all talk on social media, but critiquing your own work. And I have a blog on my website where I look back 10 years, because I've been doing this for ages. So I look back 10 years and I open it up and go month by month, or it's now sort of quarterly, and I just look at something and then I just write down. There's no filtering, I just type it in on my blog. And so we looked at this one here, short history of web search from, well, 2009, I think it was. So, very early on in the web history, shall we say. And I wrote this. Now, this is atrocious. How not to do a timeline. I can see where to start and where we end, but in between, total failure. And that was my initial, there's no filtering on that. Well, I might have got rid of some swear words, actually. But that's about it. Confusing, frustrating, unnecessarily complex. Try again. Which is fine. I stand by that. It's horrible. Yes, you can see where to start because it's grey, and you can see where to end when it's black. But why would I do it like that? No idea why I would. Well, actually, I know, because for a magazine, you're given a slot, and right, here's the information, here's the space you've got, produce a graphic in the next half an hour. That's why it was done like that. But it is atrocious. Quite nice colours, but it is atrocious. Here's another one here. It's quite good. It's quite a good graphic. I quite like it, actually. Deep diving, bar chart, diving down, so it's below the axes. See? Anyway, I put this. Small bar chart looking at maximum depths achieved by divers. Not much to say about this. The bars dive down from the horizontal, and shades of blue to signify water. Useful. Clear, simple, easy to take the information on board. Maybe it would have been easier if we'd drawn some icons for each of them. Because without reading the words, you don't really know what you're looking at. So maybe a little icon of a liquid lung and an atmospheric suit and a little scuba diver might have helped you retain that information a bit more, or given you something to sort of hold on to. So, critiquing your own work, that's good. Critiquing your colleagues' work is really easier, but doing your own work, and I do that every quarter now, just pick out some and just go, oh, that's great, or why have I done a drop shadow again? Because that's what you did in 2010, or whatever it was. So yeah, critiquing your own work is good, critiquing others is good as well. And it's just, obviously, it's my job, and I do this day in, day out, but I look at graphics and I just think, oh, really? Why? What was that showing me? I don't know. Okay, I'm not there to ask questions, but I assumed that this was trying to tell me something, so I produced this and gave it a better header and made it a line chart so you could see that everything was going down except for mobile internet that's increasing. But you don't get that from the two pie charts at all. And I have to assume that's what they're trying to get across, but this is what the data was telling me. So yeah, there is always a better way to do something. There was a different way to do something. That's a waste of a graphic, that is. Number of years it took for each product to reach 50 million users. Can you tell me which is the quickest, which is the slowest? It's very, very difficult. They've obviously spent a lot of time drawing icons, which is lovely. But it's, as an information graphic, not very good. Use a bar chart, nothing wrong with that. That tells you that cars took a long time to reach 50 million users, whereas Twitter, well, up until the last month, didn't take a very long time at all. So yes, it's all about getting that information across. I have put this on here. I really wasn't going to talk about apps because this isn't about apps. Apps will allow you to do things, they won't allow you to do things, and we'll all use different apps, I would imagine. But these are some, if you want to try some apps, sort of free apps, these are well worth looking at. They'll give you some good graphics. You obviously will use R, but Canva and Flourish is a lovely little thing, Data Wrapper's good, and Raw Graphs. You can chop the data in once you've sketched out what you want it to do, and you can produce some decent graphics. I use Illustrator for everything. Even if I started off in Data Wrapper or I produced something in Flourish, it will always come through Adobe Illustrator for fine-tuning and refining, and that colour's not quite right, or the axes need knocking back a bit that I can't do in that app. Or whether that's for online or paper as well. I've spoken about legends. Don't put your legend at the bottom because you didn't even see it there, did you? I mean, and there's no need. There's no need to put it there. Put it at the side. That's useful. With a colour dot. That's a bit easier to see. Or put it at the top. I mean, in this instance, it didn't really need a legend at all. But if you have to use a legend, put it near the title so I know what I'm looking at. Another example here. Useless. Useless. No need for that legend at the bottom because your eye's going backwards and forwards like this. What colour's that? What colour's that? Put it at the end of the line. Obvious. There was even space on the graphic, on the printed graphic, to put it at the edge, but nobody thought about doing that. I mean, it doesn't work with the yellow, but, you know, even colouring up the text will make a difference as well. I mean, I wouldn't have put it on a grey background. That's actually a grey background. But yeah. And you can see from that one, you don't even see the legend in the first one. In the second one, it's there. There's no need for it. Obviously, you have to make sure your charts are accurate. And there's no reason why you can't produce an accurate graphic. And there are some organisations that do it quite frequently. But yeah, so there's no reason. Just make sure it's accurate. I'll spot it. Just a couple of things to beware. You may not have thought about maps. It depends on the projection. Depends on your data. Depends what you're trying to get across. Different projections will give you different looks to a country, particularly in the northern hemisphere. You know, that's all Greenland. And it may be appropriate for a particular projection for one of your graphics, but not another. So it's all about stepping back and thinking, really. You know, we know, well, maybe you don't know, but we know what London looks like. But depending on your information and what you're trying to get across, a proper map of London may not be appropriate. So we're using sort of like squares and hexagons and things now. That's the US. You know that's the US. It looks like the US. But Texas is a massive state. Rhode Island, you don't even see on the map. And if what you're doing is doing a choropleth map, these work much better as a choropleth because then you're looking at the shades of a colour or the different colours and you're not looking at the area of a particular state, for instance. So for the London one, that's actually hepatitis C rates in London. So you can see here that, you know, there are some really dark shades in the centre of London where you've got higher prevalence of hepatitis C. The City of London, nobody actually lives in the City of London, or very, very, very few people, so that's why it's white. But if that was a proper map of London, I mean, I live up here in northern London, which is a huge borough. It would be proportionately too large. So yeah, again, it's just thinking. It's making you step back and think. And speaking of colours, you know, not everybody has full colour spectrum. And the most prevalent is a red-green colour blindness or colour deficiency. So everything I've shown you that I've produced will be able to be taken on board by somebody with a red-green deficiency, definitely. And we try and make it accessible to everybody. And you can see here, you know, the red-green disappear. Always very, very similar. Okay, so just think about that. And there are apps and there are screen readers that will show you what this will look like for a red-green deficiency. It's about 12% of people suffer with that form of red-green blindness. It's mainly men as well. So don't worry about it then. There's an example here for the British Trust of Ornithology. Forget what the information is, but as a red-green deficiency, waste of time. Okay? And actually, it's not accurate because they haven't produced the circles accurately anyway. You know, a circle is an area. They've done it by diameter. So it's totally wrong, but I'm using this for colour blindness. Okay, so just think about that. If you squint for a graphic, if you squint and it works, that's probably okay. That's a pretty good parameter, actually. If it works in black and white, great. So therefore, don't use a rainbow colour scale. End the rainbow, because it just doesn't work. Use a sequential, you know, light to dark, dark to light, depending on what your data's showing. If it's showing depths of the ocean, obviously the deeper it is, the darker it is. If it's showing, you know, something other data, it may be the reverse sequence. I'll put this in because I thought it was quite interesting, actually. Siamese cats are heat maps. So if it's warm, it's light. The tips of your ears are dark. So that is what I mean. And it works, yeah? So just think about Siamese cats when you're producing a colour scale, yeah? Divergent as well. So you have a middle colour, and then, you know, it's warmer above that and it's cooler below that. So, you know, ways around this sort of thing. Beware default settings. You know, just because you chuck some data into Excel, just don't take its color chart that it gives you. And don't do 3D charts. Well, I'm not saying don't do 3D charts, but if you do a 3D chart, make sure it is actually showing you what you are trying to get across. Generally, 99 times out of 100, don't do a 3D chart. Right, so infographics should be driven by the information, and we now know that the infographic is that sweet spot. Nothing is more important than anything else. Because you've got those like 3 seconds to get somebody's attention, and the first way you see something will be your takeaway. So, you know, really think about that. And there's nothing wrong with a bar chart. We know how to read it. So, just to finish off, a few things to keep in mind. Have you finished the graphic? Yes, I have. Thank you very much. Have you really finished the graphic? Yep, I've done it. Throw it away. So if you've got 10 minutes, and we've all got 10 minutes, or you make 10 minutes, step back and look. So what I'm trying to get you to think about, step back and look. Is the message as clear as possible? Is there an effective and clear headline? That's really important. Is there a takeaway or a hook or something, or if you've got a question in the title, do I know where the answer is? Do I know where to start reading? Is the annotation as clear as possible? So, you know, that only takes a few minutes. And that colour I used, is that really good? Is that a good, effective colour? Is it helping? Is it hindering? Is it appropriate? You know, do the fish really, are they really green? And then, finally, if you have more than 10 minutes, keep looking. Is there anything else you can delete? An axis, an element that you put in, an icon? Are the annotations in the best possible location? Is there enough space? Breathing space. I've spoken about sort of creative white space. It might be black space, but just let it all breathe a bit more. Is it the best chart type? Is that really a bar chart? Should it be a donut chart? Or is it really a donut chart? Should it really be a bar chart? And will the graphic work on other mediums? So if it's print out and somebody doesn't print it out and they look at it online, does it still work? So, you know, simple things to think about when you're producing your graphics. Step back, think, sketch, and trial ideas. And if you do that and you hold it up to your colleague, does this make sense? And they go, it doesn't, right? Try again. Think about all those things and you will create more effective infographics. That's me done. Questions? If not, I'll go. No questions? Fine. Anything you, yes?
When you're going to adapt a figure for a different format, do you find it more efficient to go back to the whole starter process rather than trying to shoehorn a completed graphic into a different format for a different audience?
That really depends. And so much of what I've said, it depends. So I've done it both ways. I try and work out, or I try and get the answer straight away as to will it be on more than one medium, and then you can design for. Got to stand here apparently. Okay. Okay. So yeah. So I try and work that out in the first instance by asking those questions. Is it on more than one medium? And then, yes, it is, and you design it that way. Or you design it 2 ways at the outset. But going back to something that I designed a year ago, and it's now going to be reproduced. Yeah, again, it's been done both ways with the circles, with the people still to be born in the world. We went back and we rethought about it and we decided that we would keep the same sort of format. So it really does depend. If it's a more complex graphic with more data, at least once you produce the graphic, the original graphic, you know what you're trying to get across. So you know what the outcome, you know the outcome you want. And then you can go back and rethink, is that the best way? But yeah, it works both ways, to be honest. it depends. So much of this is it depends. But as long as you're thinking about that, you wouldn't go too far wrong. Hey.
I don't really have a question, but I just wanted to say thank you for your time. It was so helpful. Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's not really a question. It's more just like it's so exciting to hear from someone that's worked for New Scientist and The Guardian, all those cool places. It's really nice to hear the behind the scenes of what you're doing. So yeah, just wanted to say thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Well, I hope some of what I've said sort of sticks and makes sense. Yeah, it's obviously just my perspective, but you know, my peer group, we talk on social media all the time, and we're looking at all the different angles and way things are being reproduced and different mediums, and so we all sort of go down the same road, you know, as to pie charts are terrible. No, they're not. Pie charts are great, and now we're all using different types of forms of graphic. Like, you know, a couple of years ago, everybody was doing sort of big, complex graphics with videos and sounds and things like that. That has all gone by the way. If you look at any graphics now from any magazines and newspapers, they're all simple, clear, clean graphics that you scroll maybe 2 or 3 times, and there's not sound and there's not visuals and there's not video and things, because we're all viewing it on different mediums. We're all viewing it on, and we have less time. Well, we think we have less time. We have less time that we're going to invest in reading graphics. And for your research papers and getting your research papers out there, yes, you're the experts and you know it, but you've got to think like a 5-year-old, because people will be interested in your research, and I read science papers all the time, but atrocious graphics, most of them. No, not atrocious, they're just not easy to take on board to a non-expert. So think about that, and maybe you do need to produce your complex, your not very easy to take on board graphic to get it into a science paper, but try and think about the headline. You know, we don't want to read 15 lines of text under a graphic. You need that headline to go, look at this, you know. Thank you. One more.
Hi. It's not really a question either, but I just kind of just want to highlight to folk in this room that, you know, a lot of the institutions, such as universities, have design teams. So if you're making a graphic and you kind of want it a bit tidier or a second opinion, they have digital design teams who can comment and have access to, you know, Adobe and all that, and maybe some other things that can just smarten it up if you're thinking of, you know, making a really snazzy graphic and you're kind of thinking it doesn't look quite as professional as you'd like. There are people at a lot of institutions who can provide advice and maybe help just tidy it up for you. So you can start with all the information that was provided today, but there's professional teams as well.
Yeah, and hopefully from if you take away some of the points I've said today, you can go to your design teams with your ideas, because you now know how to produce graphics. You now know what you're thinking about, and you know the best way to produce that graphic. Your design teams may come back with something very different, but I want you to have the background knowledge, because you're the experts. I want you to have the background knowledge that you can tell the design teams that I want that, looking like that, because you know, design teams will make things look great as an overall layout, but I'm talking about information design, which is slightly different to graphic design. Okay, graphic design is great and it makes everything look really good, and the layout's good and the hierarchy is good, but it doesn't necessarily always produce the data in the right form. So I want you to come at it from a slightly sort of tangential angle, really. You know that information. But yeah, use your design teams, but tell them what to do. I think.
Thanks. Yeah, my question is kind of about this idea of the mess, right? And I'm interested in what you might have to say about information design that challenges the form a little bit. So when you were showing these amazing graphics of the port, I've just been working on a project with artists, designers, sound artists thinking about representing ecological, financial energy flows through the Port of Amsterdam. A lot of what they were interested in doing was taking the existing graphic design produced by the Port Authority, or looking at these visualizations that marinetraffic.com does, this like logistical view from the top down of like mapping what goes through the port, and they were interested in challenging that visually. Trying to think about challenging the epistemic frame of that like logistical view. And so a lot of it was like introducing mess, introducing like views from below, that kind of thing. And we're now at a point of being asked to, working with social scientists, trying to present some of this information, some of this research. It was a bunch of field work that we did, and they gathered a lot of data, they took a lot of sound recordings and images and things, and trying to represent some of that for, not just for social scientists that we're collaborating with, but for policy outcomes and for white papers. And so I'm interested in that shift of like knowledge into different formats of representation. But how do you, and I can see some of your stuff doing this, like the deep sea mining design that got junked, which I love, right? And the one on future generations that like exceeds the frame. Like, do you see people working, I suppose, trying to like incorporate the mess or things that like exceed the format of the pie chart within a design practice?
Go on.
Sorry, we've got like 2 minutes left.
Yeah. So how do I go about deciding on what to show, fundamentally, yeah? But that comes down to that cyclical questions and answers as well. What do they want? What do I want? And keeping in mind the audience all the time. But something like that, there's nothing to say that a circle with a number in isn't the best possible format for that particular bit of data for that social media site, whereas a fully immersive VR walkthrough thing isn't using the same data, isn't a better way of producing it for a conference. And it's just arguing amongst yourself basically as to the best way to show it. And as I said, what I did this week is the best thing, but next week it'll be totally different. You know, things move on, and ideas move on, and people move on as well. I lose out on a lot of arguments, fundamentally, but it's worthwhile having those discussions, not arguments, but those discussions, and trying things out. I said sketch, but it doesn't necessarily sketch, but even it's sketching in your mind, or storyboarding, or just totally different ways of showing things. You know, 3D graphics, I said, don't really do 3D graphics, but there are some good ones around. Yeah, it depends. It depends, but have that discussion. Yeah. Does that sort of try and answer it a little bit? Yeah. It's tough. I mean, with the IPCC, I'm dealing with sort of 200 scientists, but we have one person that filters it all for me, and they are the expert in that, and then we have our discussions. So it's that funnel effect, really. So, yeah. Good. Lovely. Thank you.
All right, welcome back everyone. I trust you had a nice coffee and an opportunity to network. Welcome back again in this room, and welcome obviously to our virtual participants. Last time we looked, we had about 58 individual users watching our online stream, so it's great to see the engagement as well online. Now, our next speaker is a football supporter of a local club, Partick Thistle, but we have him here in his capacity as Scottish Government Minister for Higher Education, Further Education, Youth Employment and Training, Mr. Jamie Hepburn. He's been a member of the Scottish Parliament since 2007 and has served in many roles within the government. So it's my pleasure to invite the Minister here to speak to you all. Minister.
Well, thank you very much for that, Alan. Alan accosted me just as I arrived and said it was to come up with a fun fact about myself with no notice whatsoever. And I'm afraid I abdicated the responsibility to my private secretary. So the fun fact was that I'm a Partick Thistle supporter, I presume. Okay, well, there we go. So thank you for that. It's a great pleasure to be back welcoming you all to the Team Saltire event. Today we celebrate our strong connection with Europe and the accomplishments of our researchers through the Scottish Government-funded Saltire Research Awards. It is no secret, or at least I hope it is no secret, that Scotland is an outward-looking country committed to enhancing our international reach and our interconnectedness. These values underpin our long-standing worldwide reputation for teaching and research excellence across disciplines and our collaboration with key partners in Europe and indeed beyond. Such partnerships are driven by our people and their personal relationships. And despite the uncertainties created by Brexit and COVID-19, Scottish researchers and their European counterparts have continued to foster and strengthen their collaboration and their relationships. Through launching the Saltire Research Awards in June last year, the Scottish Government has continued to support and show our commitment to bolstering our connection with European partners. This £3 million programme has not only provided researchers with mobility and networking opportunities, but reassurance over a difficult few years. The Scottish Funding Council Saltire Emerging Researcher Scheme is a fundamental aspect of this programme. It's enabled PhDs and early career researchers such as yourselves to explore creative and fundamental research ideas with colleagues across Europe. Not only have the awards resulted in connections being made, but the scheme has funded projects in arts and humanities and sciences and social sciences. It's been great to see that range of so many different disciplines represented across Scottish universities, research pools, graduate schools and doctoral training centres. Our aim was always to provide equal opportunities across all disciplines and a wide geographical reach with partnerships across Scotland and Europe in both directions. And the Saltire Emerging Researcher Scheme has very much done that. For example, the Sirius Lab at the University of Glasgow welcomed 2 visiting early career researchers from the University of Bonn through the Scottish Information and Computer Science Alliance. Both researchers focused on the big questions regarding information security and privacy. Professionally, the visit supported their career development. It facilitated a platform for them to build relations and networks with researchers and practitioners within and out of Glasgow. On a personal level, the scheme provided an opportunity for them to experience Scotland firsthand during the summertime, that time of year when we famously have wonderful weather, our food, our culture, and our ever-friendly and welcoming nature. Alongside researchers visiting Scotland, a number of Scottish researchers were given the opportunity to learn from European colleagues. Through the Marine Alliance for Science and Technology for Scotland, Heriot University sent a PhD researcher to the Aarhus University in Denmark and University of Cork in Ireland, both institutions having a strong focus on research in the marine environment. The researcher worked with experts at these institutions who are part of the Horizon 2020 funded Saturn project which looks into developing solutions to the problem of underwater radiated noise from motorised vessels. The exchange with Danish and Irish experts has opened the door to collaboration on future projects which look to protect our marine life. Hearing and seeing the scheme in action has shown once again that research truly has no boundaries. I hope the proactive steps taken through the Saltire Research Awards keep Scotland open for collaboration with Europe and maintain the important connections that we have. Ensuring your relationships continue to flourish and lead to potential new funding for future collaboration. We as a government will continue to support and champion the importance of research to our economy, to our society and to our culture. Our expertise and priorities are well placed to tackle the big societal challenges we face here at home and we all face across the globe. And they align closely with the UN's Sustainable Development Goals and EU Commission missions outlined in Horizon Europe. The Saltire Emerging Research Scheme shows our progress towards these priorities. It's for this reason the Scottish Government maintains that full association to Horizon Europe is the best outcome for Scotland and the general research sector. But we remain committed to maintaining and strengthening our closer relationship with Europe, especially in the research sector. This resolve to retain our links with our European neighbours is outlined in the Global Affairs Framework, which we published this year. And I am once again thoroughly impressed by the achievements made through our Scottish-European connection and look forward to hearing more about your experiences. Hope you all enjoy a well-earned celebration of your successes. Thank you very much.
Thank you again, Minister, and I really want to extend my thanks to the Scottish Government for enabling the research programme through its very generous funding, and obviously the Team Saltire activities that we have all enjoyed from last February until today. Now, slight change to the programme. I would like to invite everybody to join us up here for a group photo for the Team Saltire cohort. So if some of us could join us on stage and the others right in the front, and Suzanne will be taking a picture from round about that central table. So if you could come over here, please. Thank you. I actually saw it on your personal profile. Now, as we take our seats, I want to thank you again for taking part in the picture and for the Minister for his address. I also want to give yet another nod to our participants online who, sorry you can be part of the picture, but we are very much thankful for your participation with us throughout the day. Our next speaker will be our first keynote for the day. She is an ultra runner. I had to get myself around that idea. My brother runs a lot, but not quite as much as this person, who just completed a 215-mile run in the Italian Alps in just 5 days. We'll have to give a good round of applause just for that to Dr. Kirsty Hewitson, the interim CEO of Innovate UK KTN. Innovate UK KTN is a UKRI organisation which exists to connect innovators with new partners in order to accelerate ambitious ideas into real-world solutions. Kirsty.
So good morning, everybody, and I hope you've had a good start to the day. So my name is Kirsty Hewitson. As Alan said, I'm the Interim Chief Executive at Innovate UK KTN. I'm going to start off with a little bit of an introduction about myself and my organisation before we're going to go into an interactive part. Now, I know you weren't all expecting that, and you may be thinking you could sit there quite happily and drink your coffees, but I am going to ask you to get a pen and paper out. So if you'd like to have a bit of a rummage in your bags now, or if you have to use an electronic device, use a phone, because I guess most people use phones and electronic. So you need something to write with for later in the presentation. So my presentation is going to be on the joy and challenge of innovation. And what we mean by that is how you can take an early stage asset, so an idea, an innovation, and you can move it through the different stages to get to the point of commercialization. And hopefully that resonates with some of you who are present here in the audience, because you're all at the early stages of your careers. You're hopefully all having fantastic ideas and innovations, and it's how do we move them through to commercial benefit, or in fact environmental and societal benefit as well. So as I said, my name's Kirsty Hewitson. In terms of my background, before joining Innovate UK KTN, or Knowledge Transfer Network, I worked for 3.5 years at the National Nuclear Laboratory, which is a public sector research establishment, where I was VP for Strategy and Innovation. And there was all about commercialising innovations which came out of the nuclear sector. Prior to that, I worked for 2 years in the defence sector for an organisation called Ploughshare Innovations, and that was all about commercialising innovations that came out of the defence sector. So from the Defence Science and Technology Laboratory, the Home Office, the Atomic Weapons Establishment. And before that, I spent 3.5 years in Finland, helping to set up the University of Helsinki Technology Transfer Organisation, where I was the Director of Life Sciences. So that was focusing on translating innovations in the field of medical devices, diagnostics and therapeutics, so working with the academics. And that was before an 8-year career in preclinical drug discovery, so all the stuff that you do, all the basic research before you go into clinic, working with a man, which started with a spin-out company from the University of Oxford, where I did my undergraduate, doctorate, postdoc and fellowship. And I absolutely thought I was destined to be an academic for the rest of my life. I loved working in that environment before I stepped into the spin-out and was involved more in translation of innovations and the later stage development. But in terms of the organisation that I work for, it's Innovate UK KTN, and Alan's done a kind introduction. And Innovate UK KTN is all about connecting, convening, and bringing together different organisations and people, whether that be from academia, whether it be from industry, so small, medium enterprises, SMEs, and also large organisations, and also government. And it's about how we knit and weave them together in order to develop opportunities. And I'll talk to you about some of our competitions in a moment. In terms of our expertise, we have a really broad sector expertise, and most of the people who work in these sectors have actually come from an industry background and have a strong research history as well. And we cross a multitude of different sectors, many of which I hope resonate with you today. To give you an idea of the types of things that we undertake, I've just listed a few of our project products and programs, and I'll give you a bit of detail around them now so you get more of an idea of what we do. So if you think about something like analysis for innovators, that's very much about working with companies who may have problems with analytics or with measurements, and attaching them or identifying and brokering relationships with them with a number of public sector research establishments, such as the National Physical Laboratory or the National Measurement Laboratory. So that's very much about how can we take somebody with a problem and link it to somebody who has that expertise and skills and facilities and can bring them together. Again, if we look at something like knowledge transfer partnerships, which some of you may have heard of or be involved with, this is about taking a small medium enterprise, quite typically a small company, who again might have a problem and they want to link it to a research project which is ongoing within academia, and we connect with pretty much every university across the UK or research institute. So again, that's about a company who's got a problem and finding the answer, that solution to it from within the research base. We also work with things like the Innovation Exchange, and that again is where we have large companies who come to us and say, well, we've got a problem, and we have one at the moment being run by Sellafield, which is a nuclear company, and they want to know how they can do inspections underneath cladding on pipes. So we then go out to our communities, whether that be academia or industry or different sectors, and try and understand how we can find those solutions to that particular problem. And the final one to touch on that I'd like to mention is women in innovation and young innovators. And that's all about how we support female entrepreneurs and also young entrepreneurs, not just through the provision of funding, but also through providing them with expertise, help and support, mentoring, boot camps, so they can also develop the skills that are needed in order to progress their innovations. Now, as part of Innovate UK, KTN, we're part of a wider system, which involves Innovate UK, Innovate UK Edge, and also the catapults. And across these 4 organisations, we provide the triad of information which is needed in order to progress innovations. So that's first of all funding, and we receive funding from the government. Innovate UK has a budget of about £1 billion per year, most of which is disseminated out across the networks. Innovate UK Edge provides a lot of one-to-one support with businesses around scale-up and growth, whereas KTN, we're about one-to-many instead. And then the Catapult network, which you might be familiar with, such as high-value manufacturing catapult, cell and gene therapy, digital, satellite applications, that's all about providing the infrastructure and the facilities in order for you to do those hands-on experiments using bits of kit and equipment that you might not be able to afford on your own. So that's very much about the organisation I work for, a bit about myself and also about the system. And what I'd like to start with now is just making sure that we understand from that broad spectrum around what we mean about translating an innovation asset. So first of all, could I have and this is where we're going to get a little bit interactive, could I have hands up, please, if you've heard about technology readiness levels? A few of us? Okay, great. So TRLs, technology readiness levels, are about estimating the maturity of a technology, and it originated from NASA in the 1970s. It's now used by the US Department of Defense, it's used by the European Space Agency, it's been used in Horizon 2020, and it really sets this level playing field whereby you can understand technologies depending upon what their TRL is. So it starts off right at that TRL 1, which is all about doing desk-based research. You've got that idea, written it down on a bit of paper. You then progress it into the lab, and you might validate it and do some lab-based work. You then start to build your prototype, and you test it again in an environment which isn't the operational environment, but one that might be relevant, till eventually you get your final product where you test it in your relevant operational environment. So it's very much about how you go from your product idea to your prototype, to your first test product, and then your commercial end product. So we can talk about things in this familiar and standardized nomenclature of technology readiness levels. And we're going to use some of that wording throughout the next part of the presentation. So this is where it's going to get a little bit more hands-on. So first of all, we're going to talk about this word innovation. And I've used it a multitude of times already in this presentation. But what is innovation? So this is where we're going to get a bit of audience participation. So please, could I ask you to stand up if you've used the word innovation, and we're going to start off really broad, innovation or a derivative of it, such as innovate, innovator, in the last year. Have you used that word innovation in the last year? Come on, stand up. All of you have used it. I'm pretty sure it must be a lot of you. Excellent, yeah. So we've all used this word innovation. How about in the last month? Stay standing if you've used it in the last month. Not so sure. How about the last week? Excellent. The last day? And the last hour? Excellent, good. So we're all familiar, it seems, with this word innovation. So this is what I'm going to ask you to do. On your tables, and some of you might want to join tables because there's only 2 or 3 of you out there. On your tables, I'm going to give you 90 seconds. Can your table please come up for me with a 1-sentence definition of the word innovation? And then some of you are now really wishing you weren't in this session, but please can you come up in 90 seconds, and I might come round the tables. come around with a 90-second definition of the word innovation. Off you go, 90 seconds. So you are going to have to talk to one another, I'm afraid. And you've had about 30 seconds, you've got a minute left. And those online, you can play along at home. Feel free to write down your own definition, don't Google it. Okay, you've got about 30 seconds left. About 30 seconds left, please. Have you got your definition? You think so? We'll give you about 10 seconds, please. 10 seconds. And let's hold it there. So, have we all got a definition? Yeah? Okay, hands up who would like to share their definition. Don't be shy. Oh, go for it.
Thanks so much. We came up with the definition, pushing the boundary of what's known and creating novel solutions.
Excellent. Who else would like to have a go? Over here? We've got one there and then one over there. Oh.
Application of either an existing or a new technology or method to a real-world problem.
Excellent. And one more in the middle?
And improving existing ideas.
Excellent, yeah. So innovation, as we've all captured, is all about doing something different, creating new technologies. But the crucial part in all of this, it's about doing something for benefit. It's not doing something for the sake of doing something. It's to deliver benefit, whether that be societal, environmental, or economic. Excellent. So I'm good that we know what innovation is, because we're now going to do a bit of innovation in the room. So hopefully, particularly because you're Scottish and it's very wet up here, you're all familiar with a pair of Wellington boots. So what I'd like you to do in the next 60 seconds, and you've got to do this on your own now with your pen and paper, no conferring with your next door neighbour, no cheating, absolute silence, is I would like you to please give me as many alternative uses for a Wellington boot or pair of Wellington boots as you can. So as an example, you could fill it with compost and use it as a plant pot. You could use it to carry water. I'm going to give you 60 seconds to come up with as many alternatives on your own, no conferring. 60 seconds, off you go. And for those online, you can play along at home as well. So get your pen and papers out, think about different uses, as many uses as possible. Write it down on your mobile phone if you want. And then we're going to see how many different uses we can come up with. Let your imagination rip free. Think as widely and as broadly as possible. The ladies in the middle table having some fun? Give you about another 15 seconds. And 5 seconds. Okay, and let's hold it there. So please can I ask you to stand up if you have more than 5 alternative uses? Come on, it's quite a low bar. 5, come on. I was going to start at 10. Okay, how about 6? Stay standing. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, we have a winner. Please, could you ask the gentleman to read out his alternative uses?
Okay, so plant pot, I stole that one from you. A prop for a shelf, a weapon,
A weapon?
cuddly toy, a water holder, a jug, is that different? A flotation aid, a focus for an art, a picture, something you could paint, something to meditate upon, and a prop for a magic trick where you hide something.
Excellent. We'll take all of those. Well done. Good man. Okay, so now what I'd like you to do is, instead of working alone, I'd like you to work in pairs. So turn to the person next to you, and again think of how many alternative uses. So this time you can confer. If you need to go into a 3, go into a 3. But in pairs, please. Again, you've got another 60 seconds, please, to think of alternative uses for a Wellington boot. Off you go. About 30 seconds to go. Ten seconds. And let's hold it there, please. So, could I please ask you to stand up again if you've got more than 5 alternative uses? Oh, a few more. Excellent. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, wow, 11, 12. How many have you got? 13. Well done. Round of applause, please. Okay, so final one, I promise, on this exercise is, please could you now, in your entire group, so on your tables now, and I realise that some of you might be in 3s already, but in your tables, all come together, combine all your brain power to find even more alternative uses for a Wellington boot. So some of you have got 8, some of you have got 6. Everybody come together and let's think about alternative uses. 60 seconds, off you go. Halfway, 30 seconds. Last 10 seconds, please. And let's hold it there. So, same question, everybody. Please, can you stand up if you have more than 5 alternative uses? Come on, stand up. If you've got more, five new ones, yes. Yeah, you can't recycle your old ones. Yeah. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, Wow. 11? 12? How many have you got? 13 again. Bravo. Round of applause, please. So hopefully by now we have tens and tens and tens of examples of how we can use a Wellington boot. I'm going to give you 60 more seconds to decide which is the best idea. Which is one that you think is going to revolutionize the market for Wellington boots? And some of you got some ideas already. 60 seconds, which one would you choose? A single application that's going to have a real market need. Off you go. $30, please. And 10 seconds, please. And let's hold it there. So, would anybody, hands up, like to volunteer what their idea is? No. I see. Come on, we've got one in the middle.
Right, apologies in advance, I'm a microbiologist, which is why this is so disgusting. But a well-used Wellington boot is likely to have some yeast at the bottom of it, so you could use it to ferment wine within a week.
I like that. Multi-use. And any more from across the floor? Come on, one more. Who's going to volunteer? At the back, go on.
I apologize too, that's a bit silly. We agreed that it was as a cat's house, because it would be like also a trend on Instagram.
Fair enough, why not? Excellent. So, what we've just demonstrated here is divergent and convergent thinking. So we started off with lots and lots of ideas, and they got broader and broader and broader, and eventually we've come back to that one solution. And that's what I absolutely implore you to do during your fellowships is don't get stuck just on one idea. Think really broadly and widely in terms of what you can do before you come back in again. So we expand outwards and then we come back in towards a single idea. But another question for you is how many of you, and there's no right or wrong answer to this, how many of you preferred it when you were working alone, when it was just you thinking about the ideas and what the solutions might be? That's okay, you can put your hand up, it doesn't matter. Some people really like working alone. How many preferred it when you were in pairs or in threes? And how many of you preferred it when it was a whole table? So quite a mix, yeah, across the audience. So this is just to get you thinking about your thinking style and how you like to brainstorm. Some people absolutely prefer to think alone first of all and do the brainstorming and be creative before sharing their ideas with others. Others like to have a couple of people around to act as a catalyst to help them with their thinking. And others like to be in a big group and do that brainstorming in a large group before converging down. So think a bit about your own personal tastes and how you might like to explore and discover ideas. But once you have an idea, there's a number of factors that you need to consider for that translation through the technology readiness levels and as you're developing your product and your ideas. And I've listed a couple of them on the next slide. So first of all, it's about the market need and the benefit. So we often talk about technology push and technology pull. And what we mean by that is sometimes you can have a really great idea and you think the market's absolutely going to need this and you try and push it onto the market, but actually people think, I don't need that. And that's where technology pull is more important because it's all about understanding your market need and what might actually be used. And it links back to the idea that an innovation is all about delivering benefit, whether that be societal, economic, or environmental. Another thing that we should consider is intellectual property, or IP. And intellectual property allows you to protect your idea and to prevent other people from entering the market or copying your idea. But you've got to be a bit careful with IP, because if you want to file a patent, which is often a route that you take, it can take a really, really long time for it to be granted. multiple years, and it can also cost tens and tens of thousands of pounds. And within your universities, if you are interested in intellectual property, then I recommend that you speak to your technology transfer organisation, which you should all have. Secondly, you need to think about your route to market. So if it's software-based, it might be an app, and you might put it on Google Play or somewhere similar. But what if you've got another technology, and there's a multitude then of routes in terms of hardware? Well, you might think about developing it to a certain TRL. So a key inflection point might be around TRL 6 or 7, and then licensing it to an established company. You might think about setting up a spin-out company yourself, but when you establish that spin-out company, you've got a number of routes there. You can either take the product all the way to market yourself, or you might actually have a trade sale of your company and actually sell your company to another company. So you have to think about how are you actually going to get it to market. Then there's the cost to market. Is it going to be tens of thousands of pounds? Is it going to be millions? And where's the funding going to come from? In the early stages, it might be friends and family. You might turn to an innovation agency, such as Innovate UK, in order to achieve some soft funding. Or ultimately, you might need to go to venture capitalists, and you might have to have a series of different rounds whereby you lose equity in your company as a consequence of taking in that external investment. So you need to think about the cost, and when you get it to market, how long will it be before you're positive in terms of your finances? Then there's the time to market. Are you looking at immediate market need? In which case, if it's going to take you years to get to market, then you'll be too late. So you need to factor in that time to market with the cost and ensuring that market need still exists. Then there's the competition. So what's already on the market? How is your product differentiated? Is it in terms of what it's going to cost? Is it more lightweight? Is it more durable? Does it fulfill another need that others don't? So you need to really look at the competition that's out there already. I've had lots and lots of people come to me with invention disclosures and say, I've had this phenomenal idea. It's absolutely brilliant. It's going to revolutionize the world. And then you know what we do? We do a quick Google and we find that somebody else has already had that idea. So always check what's out there already because there's lots of bright people. Then the team, this is really important to make sure that you have people with the right skill set. So you need technical people, you need finance, you need marketing, you need communications, you need a whole mix of people within your team. And I've also called out there ED&I, Equality, Diversity and Inclusion, and I think you've got a session on it this afternoon, but make sure that you don't all hire in exactly the same vein, and there's lots of studies that have been done now. I really recommend looking at the McKinsey & Co studies on diversity matters and diversity wins. And they've gone and looked at, I think it's something like 1,500 organisations across the world. And they found that those teams which are most diverse have increased productivity and increased revenue generation. So diversity brings diversity of thought, which comes back to that brainstorming piece and thinking differently to explore all options. And then finally, if you're going into a regulated environment, such as medical devices, think about the regulations and authorisations that you need in order to get to market, and factor them in both in terms of the cost and in time, and engage early with those regulatory authorities. Now, the other thing that's fundamentally important is the pitch. At some point when you're developing an innovation, as you're moving through the technology readiness levels, you're almost certainly going to have to sell your idea, whether that's to the market or whether it's for funding. And this idea of a pitch quite often refers to something called an elevator pitch, which is when you get in an elevator at the ground floor with somebody who's a venture capitalist or has funding, and you've got from when you get in the elevator to when you get off with them on the top floor, normally a minute or so, in order to sell your idea and to sell your concept and to achieve that funding. Because you're all a little bit younger rather than an elevator, I'm going to reference instead a tweet. So instead of an elevator pitch, you've got a tweet instead, which is 280 characters. So remember that you've chosen that one idea for use of your Wellington boot. I'm now going to give you 3 minutes in order for you, I know that was a collective sigh, wasn't it, across the room, 3 minutes in order to develop a pitch for your alternative use of a Wellington boot. And it can only be 280 characters in length. I know it's short. 3 minutes. Let's see how we get on, and then I'd like to hear some of your pitches. Off you go. You can work in teams. That's about a minute gone. You got 2 more minutes, please. And 1 more minute, please. Last 30 seconds, please. And let's hold it there, please. Let's hold it there. So, do we have any willing volunteers, please, who are going to share their pitch? Oh, excellent, at the back. Listen up, everyone. Our first pitch.
Thank you. Everybody loves beer, but are you tired of small glasses? Avoid long queues, try Wellington Boots. It will let your beer and yourself stay cooler.
Well done. Who's next? Who's next? The mouldy Wellington boot concept.
So, Wellington wine. Extend the life cycle of your old wellies by making organic, foot-made wine from your very own local yeast in a sustainable way.
Excellent, excellent. Well done. Who else have we got? Don't be shy.
Take your self-care routine with you when you go camping, introducing pedicure wellies for electricity-free, eco-friendly pedicure in the wild.
Brilliant. Well done. Any more? Excellent. One more at the front.
Okay, I'm just going to tweet this as it goes. Okay, so are you tired of slugs in your boots? Sorry. Are you tired of slugs in your boot? What if slugs had their own boot? Human and slug well-being are intimately connected. Try a boot of slugs.
It's different. I've never heard of that before. Might be a market. Have we got any more, please? Here we go, Alan. Last one.
You've heard of English breakfast tea. We bring you the Scottish camping coffee, brewed and digested in your own well-used welly boots.
Excellent. Well done. Thank you, everybody, for taking part in that. That was excellent. So what I'd just like to finish on is talking about something that we don't often like to talk about, which is actually failure. And I'm going to talk about it using the Gartner hype cycle. Is anybody familiar with the Gartner hype cycle? So Gartner is a research advisory company based in the US, and they talk about how you can model the lifetime of a product essentially in terms of this hype cycle. And if you look at it, they've produced lots of reports around digital technologies, health technologies, etc., and they've modeled it against this hype cycle. But I thought it might be relevant for you in terms of where you are with your career. So it starts off with a technology trigger. You see that in the bottom left-hand corner. And you have this technology trigger and you think, oh my God, this is like the best innovation, the best idea in the entire world. And you get all excited about it, and your friends and family get excited about it, funders get excited about it. You've got all this cacophony of excitement and you think, wow, this is absolutely amazing. And so you reach this sort of like peak of inflated expectations. But then the realization dawns that maybe it's not as good as you thought it was. There's other stuff out there on the market. Actually, you're not getting the traction that you thought you want. And you end up in this trough of disillusionment where you think, oh my God, it's never going to succeed. What am I going to do? But slowly and surely you pull yourself out of it on this slope of enlightenment when you realize that actually there is a use for your product and there is a reason for you doing what you're doing. And you end up on this plateau of productivity when people recognize the product you have and the work that you're doing. And it's really to call it that this trough of disillusionment is really important because we're all going to go through it at some point. And it's to recognize that when we do, don't treat failure as a failure, but actually failure can be a success because it makes you relook at your idea, your innovation, the process, what you're going through, and to think, well, actually I'm going to share my concerns with other people. And I implore you more than anything that if you do have a failure, don't continue down the same road. I've seen so many projects where people have spent a lot of time and a lot more money on an endeavor which was never going to work. I implore you instead to say, that's okay, failure's fine, I'm going to find another way to do things, I'm going to find another avenue of research, because we're all going to fail at some point. I've seen, as I said, hundreds and hundreds of innovations in my life, and probably 90% of them have failed at some point. But you know, those 10% which have been successful have had real impact. So, to conclude, innovation, I think, is easier said than done. You know, it's a word that easily trips off the tongue, but making sure that we do something that elicits benefit can actually be quite difficult. We all have the potential to innovate. Thank you very much for taking part this morning. I think you've been great sports, and you've all showed that you can think creatively. A logical approach can be applied to innovation when you think about competition, time to market, cost to market, market size, etc. So we can apply these fundamental questions. And finally, recognising that failure in itself is a success. And once again, thank you very much for your participation. It's very much appreciated. Thank you.
Thanks, Kirsty, for those inspiring words and for this really interactive and fun way to think about our ideas and what we can do with them. And we'll look forward to seeing some of what you may come up with in the next few years with your own ideas, with your own research, and maybe drive towards innovation. Before we break for lunch, I just want to say, please, if you are on social media or anything, please use the hashtag Team Saltire or hashtag SFC in capitals, Team Saltire, and tweet about your day. Let us know what you think. It'll just be great to have your take on what we're providing you with today. So we will be breaking for lunch now, which will be served over there by the bar area. I'm just trying to make sure that I've got the right time for coming back for the next masterclass session. Yes, the masterclass sessions will begin again at 1:15. I think Suzanne brought her a house gong to let us know when lunch is over and help us direct towards our masterclasses. So we'll have a masterclass on policy engagement in praxis here in the Pentland room. We'll have Dr. Mark Reed presenting You're Not a Fraud or the Imposter Phenomenon in Prestonfield. And in Salisbury, we'll have Sarah Robertson, who did our launch event back in February in Salisbury, doing leadership and teamwork. Thank you very much for being here, and please talk to each other, network. Take this time to exchange your ideas, exchange what you did, what you learned during your exchanges, where you've been, what you've learned. Thank you.
start, if that's okay. Nothing like having a room with a capacity of 100 to 15 people in, so sorry if it seems a little overfull. Welcome to this talk. I'm going to talk about, as you can see, policy engagement in praxis. I wanted to explain very quickly by what I meant by that. Research tells us that we have been making the same mistakes in terms of how academics engage with public policy for decades. And one of those mistakes is that everyone who does it thinks they're the first person to do it. And so they all attempt to reinvent the wheel, and they all start off on the assumption of what is sometimes termed a deficit model. So a deficit model suggests that the reason officials and other figures in public policy haven't done a certain thing is just that nobody's told them about it yet. So all they need is for an academic or other expert to sort of sweep in and say, there you go, there's some knowledge, now jolly well trot along and change the law, and suddenly everything will be put to rights. It turns out that it's a little bit more complicated than that. And there are reasons often why particular changes haven't been made, or why government and other policymakers haven't moved in a certain direction. So what I want to do in this talk is draw a bit on the research about how to achieve policy impact, to contextualise that a bit in Scotland, and to make some suggestions about some first steps. So it will very much be in a policy context, and I start off talking about REF, our good friend, the Research Excellence Framework, although this isn't particularly a talk about REF. So I'll rattle through that lot, and hopefully we'll have time for some questions and discussion at the end. So the wonderful world of impact, I want to have a quick look about how change is actually brought about in policy. So we make all sorts of assumptions about what that should look like, but actually the research says that it's something quite different. So what do we know about it? Well, the first thing, let's start off with that issue of REF. So for quite a lot of academics, they might have a focus on this and see that journey into impact as part of an important process for them. Now, I'm not an idiot. I'm sure some of the people in this room wouldn't be here if it weren't for pressures of REF and related matters. But the thing I want to start off by saying is that impact and REF are not the same thing. So as we'll see as I'm talking, impact is generally about a much, much longer process, and REF might be a little slice out of that. So when you're thinking about this, don't think in terms of REF cycles. Indeed, don't even think particularly in terms of research cycles. So this comes back to that thing I mentioned a moment ago, so deficit models of impact. This assumption that all you need to do is to write, it's just getting the communication tool right. All it is, as long as the report is shiny enough, that's how you secure change. We know for a fact that that isn't the case. So policymakers are not sitting around waiting for you to drop knowledge in their laps. Even, it has to be said, often policymakers think they are, and then when they get the knowledge, they look a bit confused, read it, say that was very interesting, and go back to what they were doing anyway. Policy is really messy, and it has lots and lots of different actors involved in it, lots of different pressures, and deficit models suggest that it's very linear, that it's just a case of moving from point A to point B. And that's the final point, I'm not going to reiterate that. Good communication tools only get you so far, but I'll look at a couple in a minute. I mean, communication tools are important, but they're not the whole story. So, how is impact actually achieved in policy? We know it's achieved collectively. So the idea of, again, one heroic expert sweeping in is a misnomer. It's often an image that we have of how change takes place in policy, but it's simply not true. it takes place incrementally, so it's building over time. So when you're thinking about policy engagement, you want to think in terms of career-long activity, certainly a multiple-decade activity, not something that you'll get done by the end of next year. And finally, progressively, that it builds steadily on what has already happened. So, as I mentioned previously, there's often a tendency to assume that each individual globit of knowledge can stand on its own, and it doesn't. So, we know that this is the framework of effective impact. So, how do we assume, or often assume, that policy has changed? So it's fairly straightforward. We think in terms of an individual event or action, so it might be a particular piece of research, a particular study, a particular decision that's being made. We then think about a report or a policy briefing, one individual way of conveying that information and sending that to someone very important. The more important, the better. The decision maker does what it says on the tin, and they make a decision, and that decision wouldn't otherwise have been made. It has heroically been changed by the intervention of a piece of research, and the world, as a result, is changed in the intended and measurable way. Right? So that's the classic example of how we tend to assume knowledge can influence policy, and it's just not true. Now, I should stress this is not an exhaustive list of points, but this is far more accurately how policy has changed. And on a different day, I could have picked other things to put in here, but we know that policy has changed in the light of existing pressures on political life and on government. We know it is changed through existing networks, so networks that are grounded in trust and bring about opportunities for decision makers to find out things that they need to know. We know that all change in policy and elsewhere, but particularly in public policy, produces unintended and unpredicted outcomes. And we know that policymakers draw on evidence from multiple sources, and there's good reasons to draw on evidence from multiple sources. I often talk to academics who get very frustrated and they say, well, why don't they just follow the evidence? And the answer to that question is very simple. It's because the evidence very rarely agrees. So there are very few public policy questions on which the evidence is clear. I'm told the last one on which it was absolutely uniform was seatbelts in cars. So it really is a mixed bag, and there's pressures on them. Policymakers have a job to do, and it's not a case of just saying, well, everyone should do this, regardless of what they might want to do. So, what that doesn't mean, before I vanish too far down this rabbit hole, let's be clear on what I'm not saying. So I'm not saying that all evidence is equal. Legitimacy, rigour, and so on are important, and academics and other bodies of expertise, but in this context particularly from the academy, have a kind of privileged access to government, and rightly so. They're performing a function that others don't perform. I'm also not saying that tools are irrelevant. The way in which you communicate information is a critical part of getting that message across. I routinely encounter people who will say things to me like, oh, we sent a copy of our journal article to every MSP. Why? Why would you do that? It's not the function of parliamentary offices to read academic research. They're not set up to do it. It is worth, if you get the opportunity, spending a day in a parliamentary office and just witnessing the tonnage of information that comes through their inboxes. It's extraordinary. So tools do matter, and working out, we'll see in a minute, who your audience is, how they usually learn, how do they communicate, what's the appropriate tool to use. All of those are important things to do, but they're not the whole story. I'm also not suggesting that there are no solutions, that policy is this impenetrable maze that you just kind of throw knowledge into and hope for the best and maybe something will come out. It is possible to engage, and it is possible to achieve outcomes. It's just slow. So this half of the slide is just the corollary of the other ones, so we've already covered it really. But I would stress that final point, that a degree of realism is really important. So I think often people want to engage with policy and they have some idea of, we need government to make a change and need to do so in the next couple of months. I mean, it does happen, but it's extremely unlikely. So the reality is often making very small but necessary changes over a prolonged period of time. So what projects do actually deliver impact? Well, there are certain characteristics that we know are shared by effective academic projects in securing impact, actually not just in public policy. This is true across the board. What are the ingredients of impact? The first is that it sets achievable goals for the short, medium and long term. So recognizing what is actually possible to achieve and recognizing that this is a process, that you're not trying to do everything all at once. Critically, it understands the needs and motivations of all participants. So I'll be talking in a bit about forming networks, drawing on existing networks. And it's really important to understand not just what your motivations are, but also the motivations of those with whom those you're trying to influence, but also those with whom you're collaborating. It's also important for them to understand your motivations. So I was at a meeting just this morning between a group of researchers and some officials from local government, and one of the things that's important in that setting is, yes, the academics need to understand that actually local government is incredibly complex and there are reasons why officials haven't done things, or there are particular challenges that need to be understood, not least that there's no money in local government. But conversely, officials need to understand that academics have their own priorities as well, and yes, they will want to be getting a paper out of this, and they do need to publish, and there are challenges to certain points in the academic year and so on. So, those are just two fairly basic examples, but understanding the motivations of everyone involved is a critical part of this process. Defining the problem, being very clear about what the problem is that you're trying to address, and agreeing what success looks like. So we know that projects that set off wanting to do something about poverty or tackle climate change achieve nothing in the end. So they can be quite satisfying to be involved in, and often the fact that they achieve nothing is kind of seen as a virtuous endeavour in and of itself. But actually those projects which have very clear and precise problems and a very clear understanding of what success looks like, often over a prolonged period, tend to be far more successful. And finally, I think this actually is very often ignored. There are lots of types of impact, and the place where you might have impact is not necessarily where you intended to. So you can often inform intermediaries, you can change the way officials or other decision makers think about things which might not be reflected in the particular problem you're trying to address, but will be reflected later. You can also just recognise the importance of building a relationship, of starting a conversation with someone that again might pay off a lot further down the road. So let me jump neatly to a completely different topic and look at public policy making in Scotland. That very grandiose building is the inside of Glasgow City Council. It's a very stunning piece of architecture. And then respectively the Scottish Parliament and the Scottish Government. So I want to take a quick look at the context in which public policy operates within Scotland, and then I'll draw these two themes together. Oh, that's the theory. So, as I'm sure you're aware, particularly with the news going on today, lucky Scotland has two governments and two parliaments. And in theory, these are completely separate organisations, Parliaments and governments are different organisations and do different things. So governments have agency in the world. They employ people, they spend money, they raise taxes, they declare wars, they do things in the world. Parliaments, and I know much of today's focus is on parliaments, exist largely to hold government to account. So they do that in a number of ways. They pass laws, they scrutinise budgets, they make ministers accountable, they hold inquiries, they debate issues of concern to the nation, but they do not themselves have agency in the world. Some of you may remember during the Brexit debates, Parliament attempting to have agency in the world, to actually do things and achieve outcomes itself. And it became very messy very quickly. So, respectively, the UK and Scottish tiers have different responsibilities in the Jingo devolved and reserved competencies. I've put a short list up there, essentially international and macroeconomic policy and domestic policy is devolved to Scotland. The problem is it's not that simple. It's nothing like that simple. And so when you're looking to engage with a policymaking organisation, it's great to know the theory. It's also important to understand the practice. So, for example, nuclear energy is undeniably reserved to Westminster. There's no doubt in the legislation about that. It is clearly a reserved competency, but were the UK government to want to build a new nuclear power station in Scotland, the planning authority for that decision would be the Scottish Government, and this Scottish Government at least would almost certainly say no. So in theory, power over something lies in one place, but in practice, it lies somewhere else. So when you're deciding who you want to influence, it's important to be aware of the practice as well as the theory. If only life were this simple. So this is not by any means the whole story. So there are also 32 local authorities delivering most of the services that actually interact with people on a regular basis. So local authorities, if I push the right button that would help, there we go. There are executive agencies of which the Scottish Government is itself one. This is where I got bored of cutting out logos. So there's also all sorts of things. The Crown Office, Audit Scotland, public corporations. So for example, Channel 4 is a public corporation, or is currently. There's then other significant actors in policy. Yeah? So universities are a big actor in public policy. Newspapers are, political parties are. So there's actually all sorts of routes in. So often we look at this and we think, okay, well, all I need is 5 minutes with the First Minister and we can get this all sorted out. And actually, there's all sorts of different routes into policy. And one of the things that, again, we know from the research when you're developing a model of this is you start where you are. Yeah? So the really important thing is to say, well, what relationships do I already have? Where am I at the moment? Rather than saying, well, I wish I had the networks of this very accomplished lobbyist over here, because all of this is bounded in trust. Trusted relationships are the key to actually achieving change. So this mass here is a small part of the very confusing overview of public policy. So where do you get started? So, as I say, you need to start where you are. I'll make these slides available, by the way. There we go. Start where you are. It's almost as if I've read the slides. So, policy can be influenced in lots of different ways. And starting where you are professionally, geographically, and, actually in all sorts of other terms, what are your relationships? What do you bring to this? What are your motivations? What are you trying to achieve out of this? You're talking about a journey that may last decades, and actually improving my department's showing in the ref is not a terribly good motivation. It doesn't really keep you going for very long. So think about those things, consider your own values and how what you're trying to achieve relates to your own personal goals, and be honest with yourself. So the next stage is to identify networks. And there's a depressing tendency, as I say, when people want to engage with public policy, to just try and start everything from scratch and say, oh, we're a university or an academic network. We have great convening power. We will bring people together, completely ignoring the fact that most of those people probably already know one another and will have a history with each other, an understanding of each other's jobs, and, you know, all the fun that goes along with that. They used to be married to each other, or they used to work with each other, and one fired the other one, and all the joy of interacting in any network. So often it is easier to look around and join a network and add your weight to it, rather than assuming that you need to convene everything from scratch. But if you join it, think through, well, what are the goals of that organization or that network? How are you getting involved? What are you lending your weight to? What does it seek to achieve? Understand the context. So public policy always exists in context. There's a reason things have happened or haven't happened, and understanding what those reasons are, what the motivations of different actors, both corporate and individual, are, is a critical part of being effective. But also think about the problem that you're trying to address. How has it been framed? Who's made the decision to frame it in that way? Who benefits from the current framing of that problem? Who's disadvantaged by the current framing of that problem? Whose voice hasn't been involved in saying whether or not this problem should be considered in this way? Perhaps there are other voices that would say, no, this isn't an issue of urban planning, this is an issue of environmental protection, or this is an issue of equal access to resources, or whatever it might be. So you want to think through that context and actually quite aggressively attack the problem that you're trying to solve. This comes back to the previous slide. So identifying the key policy actors, both in terms of the individuals and institutions which have responsibility in theory, but also in practice. Yeah, so it is often much, much easier to engage with a local authority, with some other smaller agency, and that's where you start. Yeah, and so when you look at this, you might say, oh, well, Westminster has legislative responsibility for this. That's fine. Who has delivery responsibility for it? Is it actually delivered on the ground by a local authority, a charity, some other agency that's rather easier to engage with? Yeah, that's fine. So now you've got your network, you've either joined it, you've recognized who are the actors that you're trying to influence, so what's the target, which may already be within that network. What are your goals? Yeah, both what are your individual goals, what are your professional goals, but also what are the goals of others within that network, and are there shared goals? What are the points of agreement on which you can draw people together to help deliver your overall aim? And this comes back again to what we were saying earlier about shared understanding of success. And it's only then that you get on to the point where usually people start identifying opportunities to connect. So how do your priorities that you set over here connect with those of key policy actors? Yeah, so somewhere on our website we've got a video of Audrey McDougall, who's the Scottish Government's chief researcher, talking about ways in which to engage Scottish Government, which, remember, is just one institution in this space. And she says, if you want to connect with us, what you're suggesting has to be legal, it has to be vaguely affordable, it has to be politically credible, and it has to be in line with the broad thrust of government policy. Yeah? So if what you're recommending is to slash all taxes and have a huge bonfire of regulations and create some kind of Singapore on the Clyde, this is probably not the government to try and engage with. Yeah, so have a sense of that direction of travel, of the organisations that you're wanting to connect with. And then that final point ties back to that thing of framing. It's like, are you approaching the government in the right way? So actually selling your idea, how can it be repackaged so that it does tie in with a priority of the organisation you're trying to influence? So there's a lot of text on that side. As I say, I'll share the slides. So how does that work? Relationships matter, all right? If you take nothing else away from this talk, take this point. All change that you are likely to achieve will be grounded in existing relationships. Yeah? Now, those may be relationships that change and adapt over time, of course. It's not like you are frozen in time now and can only use those relationships. Of course, they develop. But this is the thing which will secure change, right? It is all well and good to submit evidence to inquiries for government or parliament, to produce policy briefings, whatever. And those things are effective, and I would encourage people to do it. But the ones that are most effective is where the individuals and institutions involved already have a relationship with that person or institution. So authority only gets you so far. It has to be built on trust and draw together an understanding of mutual benefit. That doesn't mean that you both need to benefit in the same way, but there needs to be a reason for the organisations and individuals to take this forward. But I stress again, start where you are. Yeah. So if you have an existing relationship with a junior official in a local authority, that is much more useful to you than your non-existent relationship with the First Minister. So questions matter. Understanding the nature of questions in this space is really important. Policy questions and research questions operate in quite different ways. The determining characteristic of a policy question, and what distinguishes it from a research question, is that whatever the answer might be to it can in some way be implemented. Yeah? So it cannot be discussed completely in abstract. Yeah? So coming up with an answer that might be implementable somewhere in the world but not here doesn't help the policymaker. Yeah? So when you are engaging with an individual and an institution, you need to think, does this individual or this institution actually have the ability to make the change that I'm recommending they change? Now that sounds blindingly obvious. I mean, it sounds so obvious, and yet probably 90% of academic interactions with policy fail that test. Yeah, so they say, well, the study says this. Let's send off an output from the study to everybody. And it's like, no. Let's find the two people who can actually do something about this. Let's rewrite the output so that it ties in with what those people are trying to achieve. And then let's send it to them and say, could we set up a meeting? Yeah, so it's not about maximizing reach in this. It's about being as targeted as possible. So think in terms of what is actually being implemented. I also want to say something about how we make progress in this space collectively. So it is, again, really common for people to set very unrealistic goals. Yeah, I want government to change how it does X. And it's like, that's a really big ask. Yeah, so it is, you know, you have a bit of a focus on parliaments today. It is really questionable as to whether parliament has that big an effect on government policy. Right? So, you know, any government with a working majority in parliament can do largely whatever it wants. It is debatable as to whether or not professional bodies, very large employers, the media, I mean, does the media really influence government policy that much, or does it respond to government policy? And so on. I mean, these are very big actors who have, at best, a marginal impact. So being realistic about what kind of goal you might achieve, getting a regulation changed, getting a regulation reviewed, right? Suggesting new ways of conceiving of an idea, working with delivery agencies, yeah, absolutely key, helping them diagnose things in new ways. Those are more achievable goals. But we learn from this as we go. So it's a process all along the journey. If you look at those researchers who are most influential now, they didn't, for the most part, start there. There's the occasional. I saw one recently, and it was an academic talking about how scholars should be into starting businesses, and he had set up this thing, and it was using apples, and it was doing this, and it was fantastic. And then there was the question of, it's really exciting because the then Prince of Wales, now the King, has got involved and has committed Highgrove to supporting this. It was like, oh, great. And how did that introduction come about? Oh, I was at school with him. And it's like, okay, so that's not immediately available to everybody else then. So, sometimes you do get like weird and wonderful pre-existing relationships, but for the most part, they're starting small and working out. So if you think in terms of who are research officers in policy institutions, who maybe people that you knew when you were doing a PhD who have taken a different career path, yeah, there's an existing relationship in which you can have a discussion much more effectively than just rushing after. Yeah, don't start with the king. Right? It's not a viable starting point. So context, as I've mentioned, is everything. You need to have an understanding of the political context. I really put this slide in for one reason, which is tendency of academics in different parts of the UK to assume that they understand politics in the rest of the UK. So people would just say, I think we should engage with the Welsh government without knowing anything about Welsh politics. You do actually need to have an understanding of both the policy and political dynamics in the area that you're trying to engage with. And that applies as much to connecting with Dundee City Council as it does to connecting with the federal government in the US. So wherever you are looking to engage, you do need an understanding of the context. I want to very briefly touch on how we learn from our own progress. Obviously, research assessment exercises are obsessed with measuring metrics and saying what impact do you have, how can we quantify that. And insofar as it goes, I suppose that's useful and it's certainly required, so it can be useful to do. But I don't think it's useful to treat that as the end of the exercise. I think there are more useful things that can be done with that data. I think when people drill further down into those top-level metrics, they actually get much more interesting information. So, for example, metrics on public engagement events. It's great to know the numbers, but who was there? Which audiences are you not connecting with? So actually digging into that a bit more tells you useful things about what you're missing, what you're not saying, how you haven't framed problems, why aren't you attracting particular audiences to come along. There's that word again, relationships. See those as a success in their own right. Target relationships that you need to build, reward yourselves for the ones that you do establish, recognize when, this doesn't have to be terribly formal, it can just be at the level of, I haven't had a coffee with that person in 6 months. Maybe it's time to drop them an email. Yeah, keeping those relationships refreshed and tracking that both you individually and also within a group. Value learning in its own right. Oddly, universities can be quite reluctant learning organizations. So if you acquire a new skill, yeah, learning the ability to write a policy brief, learning how finance works in local authority, you know, any of those things, that is a goal in its own right. You are a critical actor in the process of engaging with policy, so your own edification is an important part of this process. So when you are measuring successes, that is a success and should be both recorded as such, but also celebrated as such. Outcomes are the result of engagement, so obviously we distinguish between outcomes and outputs. Outcome is something that has changed in the world, and it is the gold standard of impact, of demonstrating that something has been achieved. Remember that you may have that in other spaces, yeah? Particularly in policy, often having the conversation over here before anything official has happened sparks something else over here. Yeah, so it's worth being aware of that and being aware of where you're achieving change. And finally, going back, I suppose, to that first slide, that impact and change are developed over time. So set those short, medium, and long-term goals, and don't wait till the final goal in your long-term goal box to have the party. Yeah, you can recognize that this accretes over time and it will change directions and it won't be a rational process, but recognize each of those steps as you go. As I say, both record it, but also celebrate it. So that's all I'm going to say. I'll send these slides around. I'm aware there's a lot of text. Are there any questions or observations or anything you'd like me to clarify? Hello.
Hi, thank you. You mentioned about looking up policy questions that are upcoming in the next few months, so you can kind of brace yourself and think how our research could address those questions. Where would you find information about those questions, policy questions?
Okay, that's a great question, thank you. So there's a number of places you might look. Some of those are very public, so you could look just in the media or in upcoming parliamentary and governmental inquiries, so those are quite formal processes. Other places you might look, I mean, obviously it depends on the issue that you're addressing, but I would look to engage with NGOs are often very good at predicting what's coming down the road towards them, and they'll have public affairs departments and public policy officers whose job it is to be aware of that. You can also look at the manifestos of all political parties, actually. I mean, particularly the one that won is obviously going to be more useful, but they'll all have been talking about the same issues, so they'll all get into what are live issues. And often, so people often say, you know, that the government doesn't agree with what I would want to say. Is that a problem? And it's like, no, that's great. You can go and have a conversation with them on that basis. It's when nobody is talking about what you want to say that you've got a much bigger problem. Yeah, so that's a different type of problem to address. So manifestos are good. You should also look at the Programme for Government, which is produced by the Scottish Government each year. And the Queen's speech at Westminster, or King's speech, oh God, it's going to take some getting used to, which will set out the legislative agenda for the year ahead. Budgets also highlight key activities, and similarly with other agencies, so local authorities, public agencies and so on, annual reports, what are their key challenges. There's another document it might be worth looking at. In Scotland, there's a thing called the National Performance Framework, the NPF. The NPF is very top level, so it's about the kind of country that the government hopes to build and the ways in which it plans to do so. But the NPF is interesting because it's owned by the civil service. So it's not a creation of ministers, so governments could come and go, but it would still set out priorities. They are very top level. You know, they're not, there's nothing very specific in it. But again, often you look at these questions and it's like, well, they're talking about this thing here, which isn't quite what I'm talking about, but if I reframe this in a different way, if I describe what I'm doing in a different way, it helps them address that goal over there. Yeah. So those are some examples. It's also worth talking to colleagues who are already well connected in policy, colleagues working in disciplines that are policy facing, law, political science and things. God, talk to a different department. Yeah, those are a few routes in, but there's a lot of it is a kind of suck it and see approach. You know, you ask around, and once you start talking to people, then suddenly they start saying, "Oh, well, you know that they're going to have a review of that in 6 months' time." You know, so yeah, there's no one of the weird things about doing this job actually is that policy is a terrifyingly irrational process. I mean, like, there's no, you would expect, you know, that somebody would just decide, right, we want to do these 5 things. Let's have a quick overview of what's out there, who's talking about this, what do we already know, right? Let's firm up some decisions around that and get on with it. And that's not how it works at all. It's so reactive. It's, I mean, I bet even reacting. I mean, knee-jerk, I suppose. And one of the dangers of that kind of planning is you think you've got 6 months ahead, and it's like, okay, I know this is going to be a priority for government, and then COVID hits, or, you know, Russia invades Ukraine, or whatever, you know, and suddenly it's all changed. But yeah, so getting that general sense of where government is going rather than one specific question is often more useful. But thank you for the question. Any other questions? Hello.
I had a question around sort of setting up research with policymakers. So the question, rather than taking the answers to the questions we think are interesting to policy, collaborating in the actual process, and whether you had any advice or thoughts on that.
Yeah. So co-production is, I think, by far the best way of addressing this. Yeah. So but it needs to be genuine co-production and to take time to realize what are the challenges that both parties, your side of the equation as much as theirs, are facing, and to be quite explicit about what each party can expect out of the process. Regular communication is really key. So an older model of this would tend to be that, you know, government would commission a research group who would then go off and come back 3 years later and, much to everyone's irritation, had answered a completely different question. So that thing but genuine co-production, wherever possible, actually involving people in the process, recognizing the limits, both of their understanding of what you do and your understanding of what they do. But some of it is about doing it and getting it wrong. You know, that is part of the learning process. But yeah, no, I think being clear from the outset on what is the problem that you're actually trying to address, why is it a problem, what's an acceptable or useful range of outcomes, and being honest about that. And recognizing that takes time. I mean, it's not you know, the great curse of both government and academic funding. It's like, oh, let's have another part-time person on an 18-month contract so they can just have found their feet before we bring everything to an end. So yeah, making the time to have those honest discussions and recognizing the need to create space for voices that might not otherwise be at the table. Yeah, so I think there's often a feeling that, well, it's all right. Our Regis professor has met their director of planning and they've agreed how this should work. And actually, I don't think that produces good outcomes. You know, and tends to produce outcomes that are very focused on keeping the money moving around, but less focused on actually coming up with an answer. So finding the time to really be clear that you are hearing voices from people who don't look like me, yeah, so that it isn't just an endless round of white middle-class men with a background in politics talking to each other. Which is what too much, you know, you look at the kind of, so there's one institution which I won't name, and it always amuses me, the governing board has more people with knighthoods on it than people under the age of 50. And it's like, this is not, but they think they're policy superstars. And it's like, it's a very particular view of how to have policy discussions. So yeah, honesty, being as open and accessible as possible, being willing to say what is and isn't possible, as far as possible, understanding the pressures on the others involved are all key parts of co-production. But it is the absolute gold standard of doing this. You know, it's that, yeah, that learning through doing that allows is incredible. We've actually just been involved in setting up a PhD between UHI and 3 of the island councils, and part of the reasoning behind doing that was it gave those organisations an excuse to talk to each other in a new way and to learn all sorts of things about one another that they didn't previously know. But it's slow going, you know. So, but thank you for the question. Any others? There was someone at the back, I think, who had their hand up. Oh, hello.
Thanks. I really appreciated that because I'm a poet and normally I don't have the structures with which to think about how to approach policy. But I was going to ask a question that isn't, it's more of it's an ask in the sense that I was hoping you could share a little bit more anecdotal information about your work with people who are actors in policy. Because these moments for me, and I guess maybe I'm not sure if it's the case for everybody, but my kind of biases, these are the moments where I start to really see crystallizing what you're talking about. And so, for example, the idea of getting it wrong and learning from that, if you had an example from your life and your work, I'd love to hear it.
Yeah, no, it's that thing, isn't it, when you're put on the spot. So, I mean, I suppose the process of setting Spree up. So when I founded Spree, I didn't just create it to make a job for myself. I didn't plan to do the job I'm doing at the moment, but then decided that I wanted to and applied and got it. But when I started it, I was very much focused on a traditional translational approach. And so, you know, we would take academic outputs of one kind or another, translate them for policy, produce shiny policy briefs. And we did that for about a year, and it didn't work at all. And we got together various working groups, workshops. You know, we'd sort of bring together some civil servants and some academics, and we say, right, this is the problem. And they were fascinating conversations. So there's one I can think of at Glasgow. And it sticks in my mind because we all spent 20 minutes trying to find where the room was, because the innards of Glasgow University are just inconceivable. And so we sat and we had a conversation about Brexit and employment was the theme. And what we discussed could have been summed up as Brexit is an economic shock. Economic shocks always disadvantage those who are already disadvantaged. So those who are, part-time workers will be hit harder than full-time workers. That means women will be hit harder than men. Immigrants will be hit harder than Indigenous employees and so on. But it's like we already knew that. So we kept doing these things and it was like, well, that's very interesting, isn't it? That was an enjoyable way to spend the afternoon. So back to the office. So that was its self-learning experience. And I think that we've seen over the last 5 years or so a real change from the perspective of government as well as academia, and understanding that approach doesn't work. That's not true. It does work and there's a place for it, but it doesn't work on its own. We live and learn. And perhaps another sort of slightly smaller scale example was I set up an initiative as part of the Scottish and Irish governments. They produced a document examining what areas there were where they were already working together. And we pitched them an idea for some joint fellowships. And so I pitched this in a pre-COVID world. And the idea was you would get pairs of officials, one from Scotland, one from Ireland, obviously one a sub-state government, one a state-level government. But I would curate journeys for them through the knowledge base, and they would have a particular question. And in my mind, I had this slightly romantic image of long train journeys through the night, from Thurso down to Cork, and people reconceiving the nature of government and contemplating the role of knowledge. And then COVID hit and they all became Zoom meetings. Except they didn't, because the challenge I wanted this to look like a fellowship, so I wanted people to give me 30 hours of their time. And there just wasn't space in Scottish government, like the Irish are up for it, but the tier of officials that I was looking at, it just didn't work. So it's like, well, okay, we've learned that now, and we come up with new ideas. And I was looking this morning at a new way the governments might interact. But sometimes you've got to try things, and if they don't work, they don't work. Governments are just the large bureaucracies, not dissimilar to universities actually. So they're littered with failed ideas, and there's often a sort of sense of, I'm engaging with government now, and this is my chance to speak truth to power. And it's like, it really isn't. You're talking to a busy, overworked civil servant who is just looking for something that will help them get through the week. Recognising and rewarding failure. Our funding councils could sometimes be a bit better at that than they are. It's interesting. When you think of the journey involved here, and that sort of small part of who you are, that is the bit that exists in your professional role in the office and in relationship to various demands, is part of this process, but all of you is on the journey. And so often I find, particularly when we get into areas of co-production, for example, people will undertake a piece of collaborative work with a policy-making institution, and that leads them to change the focus of their career. And they go off and they work in government for a while, or they work for a campaigning organisation for a while. And that, of course, in the precise terminology of impact and knowledge exchange and knowledge mobilisation and the rest, is in no ways a success. But for that person and for the world that we're trying to shape through public policy outcomes, it's an absolute triumph. It's not, I think you need to evaluate this in all sorts of different ways to get useful and meaningful. conclusions on what does success look like and what does failure look like. So it's a very rambling answer to your question. So. The post-lunch slump is upon us all. Hello again.
I just wonder what the biggest misconceptions or assumptions are from policymakers about academics that you've encountered. Like, what are the things that people are coming to us with that we perhaps need to be aware of, that we need to counteract?
Oh, that there are answers, and that you're all hoarding them to yourselves, you know. So one of the questions I get most often from policymakers who are new to this space, they'll say, "Yeah, so we've got this problem, whatever, you know, the lollipop industry is collapsing. I mean, whatever, you know." We've got this problem, we're trying to address it. We were just wondering if anyone had researched the lollipop industry elsewhere in the world, and if there were any answers from that we could apply here. Yeah, and it's like, well, there probably is someone, and they can absolutely tell you how to solve the problem elsewhere in the world, but that won't necessarily tell you anything about how to do it here. You know, so it's those kinds of problems. Yeah, the idea that there is an answer out there somewhere. I think there's often a naivety about how universities work. You know, so there's, you know, what are you all doing with your summer? Obviously, you could use some of that spare time to solve a few problems for government. Like, what do you mean you want to be paid? You know, so, but you know, again, it's part of a discussion, and policy is no more a solid edifice than academia is. But yeah, the idea that you just need to find the right expert. You know. I think another problem that comes along a lot, actually, and looking around the average age of the people in this room, this speaks to you. So there is. I remember a conversation before I was doing this job, actually. So I was working at the Centre on Constitutional Change at Edinburgh, and I went down to have a meeting with the clerk to the Constitutional Affairs Committee of the House of Lords, which sounds very grand, but actually the cafeteria at the House of Lords feels like something out of a 1970s sitcom. You know, so we're sitting there drinking this terrible cup of coffee. And I was doing my usual spiel about the importance of connecting with early career researchers, with scholars at teaching-focused universities, with people from a greater variety of backgrounds and personal characteristics. And I just kind of remember the moment, because his body language was so clear. He held his hand up like this and said, wait, are you telling me we are not accessing the full range of academic knowledge? And I mean, bless him, he genuinely believed that there were, 3 people in the UK working on the British Constitution, and they'd spoken to them all. You know, and there is that kind of, oh, who's an expert on education? Yeah, is anyone working on physical exercise and primary school children? It's like, yeah, thousands of them. I mean, what do you want to know about it? And that's a real challenge, and getting people finding routes in for, you might say, oh, well, here's this person, they're professor of physical education in an education school. Fine, I'll go and talk to them. And they will provide hugely valuable insights, and I don't for a second want to suggest that they won't. And then you say to them, well, you've got this person who's a reader in pediatric medicine, they've also got some insights. Oh, okay, yeah, I get that. But then you want to push them a bit and say, well, actually, I've got this person over here who's a postdoctoral anthropologist who's working on our understanding of play. I think you should talk to them. And they're like, what's an anthropologist? Yeah, so it's like getting people to think of the variety of academic knowledge, the variety of sources of academic knowledge is a real challenge. But it's a challenge for both sides, you know, explaining that. So I was talking to some of the philosophers at Stirling, and they had done some great work actually around online behaviour and online harm. But the challenge they had, and I think this is quite common in the humanities, was that they could either explain it in a way that was so simple as to be blindingly obvious. Yeah, so it's, oh, it would be nice if everyone was nicer to each other on social media. And it's like, well, yes, it would. Yeah, or in a way that was so abstract that only other professional philosophers could understand the point they were making. And getting a line between those is really difficult. But yeah, no, the challenges are that they think they've got all the expertise already. It's quite interesting when you talk to people in Parliament. Parliamentarians will tell you they're really keen to hear new voices, but it's the clerks. The clerks won't put the names on the list. And then you speak to the clerks, and the clerks say, we put the names on the list for every inquiries, and it's the MSPs or MPs who say, no, we want that person who was on TV last night. But again, I mean, it's slow progress. I mean, if you look at even where we are now compared with 5 years ago, there's actually huge change already. But yeah, persuading, cover your ears, anyone from the University of Edinburgh, but persuading government that there is life beyond George Square is sometimes a bit of a struggle. So, any other questions? Okay. Well, in which, as I say, I'll share these slides. My email, God, I should have worn my glasses today. My email is on the slides, I think. But if you think of any questions afterwards, just have a look at our website, and there's a contact form in there. So give me a shout through that. Please do give us a follow on Twitter. We've got a series of events coming up as well, looking at these very questions. One of which is an introduction to policy engagement in practice is the talk you've just received. So if you've signed up for that or were thinking about doing so, I mean, feel free, but it may seem very, very familiar to you. Thank you very much for your time, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Right, let me get my timer going. Just wait for the last couple of people to come in and sit down. Do you guys want to come down the front? Please. Please. Well, otherwise I'm going to be, as I say, there's going to be interactive stuff and I'll be making you shuffle around and move. And so you'll end up wanting to do that anyway, I think. Okay. If we are all good, we'll get underway. Thank you very much for coming along. You'll know from the programme my name's Penny Stewart, and you'll have read my background probably and all that kind of stuff, so we're not going to worry about that bit. What we're going to do over the next hour is, this is obviously about communication. What I'm hoping is that you'll take away just a few key skills, a few things to pop in your pocket that are going to help you, regardless of what area you're coming from, regardless of what kind of research or work you're involved with. Hopefully, you'll find something useful. What I'm going to do is very much, the examples you're going to be hearing are going to be based from audio. My background's in audio, very purely, but I'm hoping that we're going to be able to take something from that audio and apply it to whatever platform you're hoping to be communicating on. I think the core skills should work across the board, but as I unapologetically, I come from a very pure audio, radio, podcasting background, so that's where I'm drawing stuff from. But what I'm going to be doing is playing you some examples of people I think are fantastic communicators, and we're going to be having a bit of a think about why they work so well and what it is that we can learn from them. I'm not a big one for handouts, so you're not going to get any of that. If you want to take notes, please, by all means, do that on your phone or whatever else. But I should think you've had a lot of information flung at you today, so just relax, listen, get involved, and just hopefully enjoy the hour we're going to spend together. We're going to kick off with what I would say is hands down the most important skill, bar none, when it comes to communication. If you develop this, it will be the building block to every single thing that you communicate about your research or work. It's essential. If you nail it, so much else will be forgiven. But I'm not going to tell you what it is just yet, because I'm going to hold you right there. We'll find out the big reveal in just a moment, because we're going to kick off doing something else. Interactive stuff, straight from the start, you need to pair up. So if you're sitting on a table of 3, you're going to have to find a friend. So sort yourself out, literally just the person sitting next to you, or shuffle around if you need to find somewhere else. We are... Everyone found someone else to be a friend with? Quickly paired up? Right? What we're going to do, first of all, is we're going to get to know each other better, which always fills a room with dread, because you think it's going to be trust games and stuff like that. It's only going to take a minute or so. What I want you to do is be A and B in your pairs, decide who's which, and you're going to spend a minute not telling each other what it is that you do. I don't want you to be talking about your research or your work, any of that kind of thing. I want you to talk about why you do what you do. I want you to tell the person who's sitting next to you what you love about it, what about your work gets you up in the morning. If there isn't much you love about it, you're going to have to dig deep, because this is about sharing the love, okay? But this is what I want you to do. So I'll give you a minute each, and we're going to do that. We'll kick off. I'll do it first of all, so that you know the kind of thing I'm talking about. Why do I do what I do? I do what I do because it fills my curiosity about the world. I love asking questions. I love being nosy, and it fulfills that in me. I love audio as a medium. I'm fascinated by how versatile it is, by the kind of messages it carries, how impactful it is. I love working with it. It's something I love doing. I love how creative my work is. There's no limit to how much creativity I can pour into my work. Every time someone shares their story with me, or part of their lives with me, it feels like a massive privilege. I get to be a conduit, a facilitator to someone's story. I help their work and story reach a bigger stage. I help people get heard. I love that. And when I'm editing something I care about, time disappears. It's literally like I'm flying, I'm floating. It's effortless. And I love that feeling of flow. Right, so that's not about what I do, that's about why I love what I do. So, I'm going to give you a minute each. Have you decided who's A and B? Who's A? Wave. Okay. A's, you're going first. You're going to turn to the person next to you, and your minute starts now. You come and tell me. Okay, that's your minute up. Let's swap over. B's, tell A's why you love what you do. Off you go. Brilliant, okay. Thank you. There was lots of talking there, which is good. So lots of you have found things to be passionate about, which is great. Why did I get you to do that? Well, I'm going to reveal that in just a second too. Before I reveal, though, how this comes together and what that number one top ingredient for great communication is, I want us to listen to an excerpt of a brilliant communicator in action. Now, this is Catherine Haymans. As you listen to this, it's about 3 minutes long. I want you to have a think about what makes Catherine engaging. What makes the way she tells stuff sing? And I'm going to come back and see what you think of it. So Catherine Haymans, who's the Astronomer Royal for Scotland, I'm not sure if she's still Professor of Astrophysics here in Edinburgh. She divides her time certainly between Edinburgh and I think Germany she was at one point. She was when I was talking to her. So this is clip number 1, Catherine Haymans.
We are so small on this tiny planet Earth. It's a very, very, very special planet that we need to take care of, but we're so small and insignificant and compared to the rest of the universe. I kind of feel like it doesn't really matter if I make any mistakes because somebody somewhere else will be doing a better job, and it just actually makes me feel quite relaxed. I guess because I spend all day, every day, thinking about how large the universe is, where it came from, how it's going to end, the fact that it's probably infinite, the fact that it might not be the only universe, that there might be multiple universes out there. I think if I had the same feeling as you, I probably wouldn't be able to get out of bed in the morning, so I have to feel quite relaxed about it all.
Okay. Let's move on to talk more about then the research and study that you do. What exactly do you study, and what kind of questions is your research honing in on?
Okay, so I study something that sounds a bit Star Wars-y. It's called the dark side of our universe. So our best observations are telling us at the moment that our universe is only made up of about 5% of the stuff that you and I and the Earth and the Moon and the Sun's made up of. So the stuff that my colleagues down the hill in the physics department can understand, universe. Now the rest of the universe, we say it's dark, it's invisible, you can't touch it, you can't see it, but we know that it's there because of the effect that it has on the things that we can see. And there are two different types of dark stuff out there, one that we've called dark matter and one that we've called dark energy. But just because they've got names doesn't mean that we actually understand them. So we don't understand 95% of the universe, and that's my job, to try and understand it.
How much do we know about that 95%? Or is it all guesswork?
I think as scientists, we never know anything. We have lots and lots of theories to explain the world around us, and our job is to try and disprove those theories. So we have a lot of theories about what makes up the dark side of the universe. Dark matter's more well understood than dark energy, and that's just because I guess we've known about it for longer. So dark matter is the kind of the strong gravitational force in our universe. It kind of sticks everything that we can see together. If we didn't have dark matter, our own Milky Way galaxy would simply fly out into space. So the stars are kind of swirling around in our Milky Way galaxy. And if there wasn't dark matter kind of housing our Milky Way galaxy, all of those stars would fly out. What the dark matter particle is, we don't know. I really thought the guys at CERN and the girls at CERN would have found it by now. They weren't supposed to only find the Higgs boson. But, maybe they'll find one soon. I think they will find something. I think in 10 years we'll see a major revolution in that. So that's kind of the dark matter stuff. And that's about 25% of our universe. Now the rest is this thing called dark energy. Here we start really getting into the grounds of really lots and lots of different theories, but no real front runner in those theories. But what dark energy appears to be doing to our universe is it appears to be causing it to expand at an ever-increasing rate. So the distances between galaxies are getting further and further apart at a faster and faster and faster rate. We don't understand it. It's great.
We don't understand it, it's great. I love Catherine. So there was a clip of Catherine talking a bit about her work. What, for any of you, was engaging about Catherine? Yeah, Alan.
Her passion came through in the pace of her delivery.
So pace of delivery, yeah?
Because it wasn't a linear pace. It had lots of dynamisms, which really convey passion.
Excellent, yeah.
She sounds like a lovely person.
She did sound like a lovely person. She is a lovely person, and it came through, yeah. She did, yeah, yeah.
It felt very accessible to people that maybe wouldn't know what it's about.
Yeah, yeah. So it wasn't scary or intimidating, no?
It was quite informal, it was quite conversational rather than like talking.
Absolutely, it was informal, conversational.
She didn't really polish, she was very confident in what she was saying.
She was confident, so you felt quite comfortable with it, you felt she knew what she was talking about. Alan got where I was going with this right from the beginning. And the reason I played you that clip, and the one thing I want you to take away from this session, if nothing else, is passion matters. That's why I ask you to tell each other why you care about what you do. Right? Your passion really matters, because caring about what you do makes a huge difference when you are communicating. Passion equals great communication. And you know what? It matters so much. It doesn't matter that I didn't understand what Catherine was talking about. I wanted to understand because she was so passionate about it, made me care too. So if you don't care, why should the audience care? Okay? Even if we don't understand it, passion carries us a long, long way. So think back to that conversation you had with your partner right at the start of this session. Think about those reasons you said you do what you do and why you care about your research. Put them in your phone, put them in your pocket, put them somewhere to be able to remind yourself. And when you come to a point of communicating about your work, think about why you care. because it will carry a really powerful message. Okay, so let passion fuel your communication. That's the first one I want you to take away from today. We're going to play another story for you to listen to. Sorry, there is going to be a lot of listening here, but I think they're really great communicators, and so I hope you'll enjoy hearing some of the stuff they've got to say. This next one, I hadn't realised you might be hearing a bit more of him today, because it's Sir Jeff Palmer. I think he's a fantastic speaker, emeritus professor in the School of Life Sciences here at Heriot-Watt University, and an amazing human rights activist. Again, I want you to have a listen to this. It's a longish little section like the last one, but think about what it is that makes Jeff Palmer so memorable with this. So this is clip number 2.
I was born in Jamaica. And my mother came to London in 1948. I can still remember on the top of this rather large building thing, which I then realised was a ship, because she was on, right on the top deck.
So she left you?
Yeah, she left me, yeah.
What age?
In 1948, so I was about 8. I was about 8, She was only 20, probably 24 or something like that. And I didn't quite understand. And I didn't see her again until 1955, when she sent for me. This was the term which was used. And it took her from between 1948 and 55 to save £86. So why I'm sitting here today is that investment of £86 which she sent. And I left Jamaica it's a lovely story in the sense that my aunts didn't tell me very much. Those are her sisters. So she left me with her sisters. And they brought me up. And one day they just called me in and said, "You're going to England to join your mother." And I said, "Oh." And the next thing they had got my passport and they'd got me a case we call a grip. And it was 26 shillings. I still got it. And all my belongings in the world was put into this little grip. And I went into the drawing room of my grandaunt. She said, "Take off your shirt," which I did. And I'm thinking, "What am I going to take my shirt off?" And then she proceeded to wrap my chest with newspaper and tied it with string. And I put my shirt on again, and I just left. And I never asked her why she wrapping me in newspaper, because she was grandaunt and nobody questioned what she did. So I'm on the plane sweating to death with this newspaper. I'm terrified to take it off because my grandaunt had put it on. And when I got to New York, it was freezing. And of course the bloody thing started to freeze because it was March. And I still wouldn't take it off. And the next thing I got on the boat, now to come over to Liverpool, and I took the newspaper off. And one may say, well, why did she do it? It took me years.
To keep you warm.
To keep me warm, because she thought London was cold. I was given a test, and I must have not done very well. I didn't know what I did. But it said that I was ESN. That was written on the form.
Educationally
subnormal.
Where does the science bit come in? At what point did you get hooked into science and go that route?
I was playing cricket, so it's the cricket that's linked to the science. The games master saw me playing in the playground and he called me in his room. He said, "Have you played a lot of cricket before?" And I said, "Yeah." He says, "You're in the London schoolboys cricket team." Young man, he says, "That's an achievement because only grammar school boys play for London. And you're in a secondary mode." So the next thing I knew, I was playing cricket against Eton, Harrow, Winchester and Middlesex Colts. Well, I didn't know what Eton, Harrow, Winchester was. I thought they were school for poor boys because they were wearing straw hats. And there were like 20 in a room. The headmaster of Ibra, Mr. King, ran my school, Shelburne, and had me transferred. So I got into the grammar school, no 11 plus.
Educationally subnormal, but
Educationally
good at
subnormal, very good at cricket.
Jeff Palmer, educationally subnormal, very good at cricket, and Scotland's first black professor. So, what makes Jeff Palmer listenable, a great communicator? Same as last time. Any thoughts on that? What did you engage with about Jeff? Yeah.
His humour, was able to take what's actually quite a tragic story but make it something that was, quite light-hearted.
Yeah, so he takes a tragic story, makes it light-hearted. Alan?
It's real.
It's real. Entirely real. Anything else?
I feel like laughing's contagious. It made me happy.
You want to join in with him?
Yeah.
Yeah. His laughter made you relate to him, maybe, join in with him. It's all those things. He's got warmth, he's got humour, he's human, he's relatable, he's honest, he's humble. He's a wonderful storyteller. Because we like Jeff and we warm to him, we're going to be interested in his research. Now, I'll be honest, I probably wasn't that bothered about research into beer before I met Jeff. But having heard his stories, I'd have listened to his work on anything because he's so relatable and he's so warm. So another way to communicate with your audience is sort of to prime your audience by being honest and down to earth and open and human. How your audience feels about you is actually quite important. And I think don't be afraid of this because it's a really useful skill or tool to put in your pocket. Sounds odd to say honesty is a really useful tool, but it is. And if you give honesty, people want to give it back. So how your audience feels about you is important, and you can prime your audience. Now, another thing that Jeff does through the way he talks, this is probably just described as an analogy. There's you sitting on that side of the table, okay? And at the moment, I'm on this side of the table. You're my audience, and you're on the other side of the table to me. What's a really useful skill to learn is how to move yourself as a communicator around that table to sit beside your audience, to sit alongside rather than opposite. And I'll give you an example of what I mean. With Jeff, because of the way he talks, the way he communicates, he makes us feel he's one of us, he's human, we're not intimidated by him. And so, in a sense, when we're looking at his research and his work, we feel like we're sitting together. And we're much more prepared to look at his work because we're sitting alongside him, okay? There's a really neat trick I'm going to give you that moves you from one side of the table to the other side of the table to sit alongside your audience. And all it does is require a little bit of language dexterity. 2 words. So there's an example. At the moment, I'm up here, I'm on this side of the table, you're all sitting on that side of the table. Many of you find communicating about your work challenging and nerve-wracking. Many of you found communicating about your work nerve-wracking, challenging. I've created a big fat line, a big divide between us. I've said you, not me, you. You find it difficult, la, 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 la. And I've sat myself on the other side of the table, right? And I've distanced myself from you. So now I'm going to come around and sit next to you. Many of us find communicating about our work challenging and nerve-wracking. Many of us find communicating about our work challenging, nerve-wracking. Us. I'm one of you. I found coming here today nerve-wracking and challenging, and I've been doing this for 27 years. This is what I do. But trust me, I find it a challenge. It's always a challenge. And by telling you that, by having us and our, I've definitely moved myself around the table. And that's a really, really neat trick. Because if you can sit alongside your audience, there's a sense that you're discovering together rather than being lectured. And that's really important. Where are we at with time? I'm tempted to let you give a little go with that, with your own research. Maybe just have a think about whatever work you do, right? think about how you can turn it from a you and them into an us and our. Does anyone want to volunteer kind of doing an example of this? Can anyone think really neatly of how it fits into their work? Because there will be a way in which just about any of us can turn that around. Who's going to be bold and brave and tell me what they do? Hi, at the front.
This has been super helpful. So I'm doing a talk actually this weekend where I'm presenting data that's been collected by like hundreds of citizen scientists around the coast of Scotland, and I'm now like finally analysing that data and presenting to them the graphs of that data. But if you've made me realise I need to present it as our data and our results rather than here is what I've done in my computer.
Yeah. Yeah.
Present it as it's our project and our data.
Because it's everyone's data. But that immediately moves you across. Yeah. Can anyone else think about examples of how it might work in their world? Sorry, by not passing the mic around, I'm busy not having you on mic for those online. Sorry for those online. Has anyone else got an example of how they can see how the kind of shift, just a bit of language, may move them round the table? That was a really good example there. No one feeling brave. Doesn't matter if you haven't. Hey, hang on 2 seconds. We'll get the mic to you just here.
Hi. Oh, it's Vishal. Yeah, so my work is in stem cell engineering, but it's looking at ways of curing and trying to move towards curing osteoporosis and bone-related diseases, which I think is something that, yeah, can affect all of us, especially later in life, especially as women. Once you've gone through the menopause, you're at a higher risk of osteoporosis, higher risk of bone density, and that is definitely something as us and humanity, this sort of research is something that could massively affect everybody, the work that I do. So
that's right. So there's another great example of how, and as a woman, you can immediately be setting yourself alongside, if your audience was other women, it's an us, it's a we. That bringing us all together is a really useful thing to keep in your pocket. Okay? We'll move on. So far in our toolkit for communicating, we've got passion, we've got great storytelling, which makes us human, and we've looked at quickly how we position ourselves in relation to our audience. There's one more area of audience priming, if you like it, I want us to do before we come on to talking about the audience themselves. We'll have another little bit to listen to. This is John Copley. John is Professor of Ocean Exploration and Science Communication at the University of Southampton. And we'll just have a little listen to him. And again, maybe even close your eyes and just see where it is that John takes you and what it is about what he's telling us that's so effective.
I think the deep ocean is important to explore because it is the majority of our planet. In these documentaries, they'll often tell you that oceans cover 71% of the world, which is true, of course. But what those kind of statistics don't tell us is how deep the oceans are. So it's not just that they cover most of our world, but actually most of them are deep. So the killer statistic for me is that more than half our world is covered by water more than 2 miles deep. So actually, it's not so much a blue planet. The blue is just the reflection from a relatively thin surface veneer. Sunlight filters down for about 1,000 meters at best, and it's the reflection from that top layer that gives the planet its blue appearance from space. There's an awful lot of ocean below that. I mean, the deepest point is nearly 11 kilometers down, but the average depth of the ocean, which is really the number that matters, is around about 3,400 meters, which is just over 2 miles. So most of our planet is covered by water that deep.
So we're just past 100 metres, all the daylight has gone now. It's all been quenched by the seawater, and we're in this amazing thick soup of plankton. And it's mainly animal plankton, and they're tiny. It's hard for me to make out what we're seeing here, though. That's a larval fish that's just gone by the sphere there. Tiny little crustaceans, they're kind of like the insects of the ocean. Comb jellies that are feeding on them. It's incredibly rich throughout the oceans. Every dusk, all of this life rises up from the depths to shallow waters where there's more food, but at night, when it's dark, then the visual predators aren't picking them off. So they come up here to eat in greater safety. And then as day breaks and it gets lighter, they sink back down into the depths. And that daily commute, that happens worldwide. It's the greatest animal migration on our planet. And right now we are in the thick of it. And these are just the specks we can see, of course. So if we were to take a drop of water from outside the sub right now, in a milliliter of water, I think we'd find about 1 million bacteria. This is obviously not a contaminated part of the ocean. Naturally, in the ocean here, we'd have about 1 million bacteria in a milliliter, good sized drop of seawater. If you think about the bacteria, 1 million in a good sized drop of seawater, all the water in the oceans, half a bathtub of seawater will give you as many life forms as there are stars in our Milky Way galaxy. The oceans as a whole of the world's oceans, about 10,000 times the number of stars astronomers tell us there are in the visible universe. So to me, that's like 10,000 universes of life out there to explore in the ocean.
So that was John. What does John do so well? Any thoughts? Yeah. Uses his vocabulary, yeah. Yeah, so great deft use of vocabulary and anthropomorphization. There's a difficult one to use. Anything else? Any other thoughts about what John does so well? Quick, run with the mic. This is why we need to sit closer together.
He himself had a curiosity and then explained what he was curious about, and that was also very interesting, and this enthusiasm, he really transported that.
Anyone else? Alan at the back?
His use of analogies is great because he relates it to things that we all understand. The one I focused on was daily commute. He used something that we all know to describe something that's actually quite a complex process that happens in the oceans every day. And he did that throughout the entire thing.
He talked about thick soup. He talked about a daily commute. He talked about a bath and you know, how many bacteria would be in a drop. What he actually does, pulling all this together, is he creates brilliant pictures. His passion, of course, is fantastic, which we've been talking about already, but he fires up the imagination. Why is it so important to create these kind of pictures? Because it's immersive. It is more memorable. It really engages us. I have never been to the deep ocean. I can't relate directly to being down in the deep ocean. I'll never go there. But somehow, listening to John makes you feel you've been somewhere. So pictures are really important. And that's whether they're actual images or whether they're sound pictures like that. Thinking how you can fire up the imagination by creating these kind of pictures is really important. It's really difficult, I know, because some of your research will not lend itself to very obvious pictures. But I think if you work on that and feel around for where you can find analogies, it will really help with the communication. So far, we've had passion, storytelling, sitting on the same side of the table, and painting pictures. All these things helps your audience go where you're going and want to go there. So we've been priming our audience. Tuck all those in your pocket, because hopefully, at least some of them will be really useful in communicating what it is that you do. But we're going to move on. I'm going to play you another example of a superb communicator, Niamh Nic Daid, who's director of LRCFS in Dundee. Niamh is an expert in forensic fire investigation. Now, I want you to listen to this research carefully, because I'm going to make you talk about it afterwards, right? Doesn't matter, you don't have to get every nut and bolt of it, but we're going to do an exercise after this where you're going to be telling each other about Niamh's research, okay? So whether you want to take notes in your phone, on your book, or whatever else, feel free to do that. It's a kind of about 2.5 minute clip. There's quite a lot of detail in here. I'm less concerned about the detail, but I just want you to get the gist of what it is that she's talking about research-wise, and then you're going to come on to do this little exercise. So this is Niamh Nic Daid.
So the case was a very tragic case in Derby. It was in 2013, where 6 children died in a house fire. And ultimately, the parents of those children were found responsible for setting that fire. And that was Mick and Mairead Philpott. The work that we were being tasked with doing, most of the children, I think 5 out of the 6, died in the scene. and one was rescued out but died subsequently. And the question that was asked was, because there were operational smoke alarms in the house, so the ordinary smoke alarms that we all have in our houses were there and they were functioning, why did the noise of the smoke alarm not wake the children up? And so the initial part of work was looking at conventional smoke alarms, and we set up a study. It needed to be really robust because this was to answer a very significant question that the courts had asked. So we set up a small-scale study, but with a lot of repetition of testing, with a series of children, of boys and girls. The children were sent to bed and went to sleep, and the parents tested the smoke alarm and held the smoke alarm sounding, you know how loud those things are, for a full minute to see whether or not their children would wake up. And in that test, we found that only 20% of the children woke up in all of the kids that we had run, and we ran over 200 tests. And so that answered the question for the courts, which was, would children wake up to smoke alarms? And the answer was, actually, not necessarily. And we found that the boys in our study didn't wake up at all, and the girls and older girls were the ones that woke up. So the courts were satisfied in the answer to their question. But of course, it spurred us on to do something more significant because this is a huge issue.
It's extraordinary.
And so we worked with the university here in Dundee, we worked with our communications team within the university to work with the BBC to create for us an opportunity to have a call to arms, so a citizen science-based project that would help us explore a different type of sound and to see whether that sound would wake up children any better. So we came up with a sound in some pilot work that seemed to be more effective. And that's it's a combination of two sounds. One, the first part of it is like the intermittent beeping you get from a bus or a truck reversing, you know, that sort of beep beep noise. And then the second bit is a human voice, a woman's voice, saying, "Get up, there's a fire." And we combined those two together. That just ran repetitively. And what we found was that the new sound woke up 80% of children. So we completely reversed the results of conventional smoke alarm, but it reconfirmed what we got with the conventional smoke alarm test.
Okay. So quite a lot to take on board there, but I'm wanting you just really to get the gist of it. The detail doesn't matter. 6 people died in a house fire, 5 out of the 6 died at the scene. The noise of the smoke alarm didn't wake anyone up, so they went to investigate why that happened, tested the smoke alarm for a minute to see if their children would wake up, parents holding it right beside them. Only 20% of 200 tests woke children up. Boys didn't wake up at all. Older children did wake up. They did a pilot and came up with a more effective sound. Right, back into your A's and B's. A, you're going to tell B about that research and explain it. Just quickly. But B, listening to you, is a 6-year-old child. So B's, channel your 6-year-old child. A's, you are talking to a 6-year-old child. I'll just give you a minute to do that, and then we're going to swap over, and A's, you're going to be someone different completely. So off you go. Explain it to a 6-year-old. Okay, that's good. Well done. Everyone's still busy explaining to their 6-year-olds. Right, we're going to swap over. Bees. Let's think who you can be. Bees, this time, let's make you a 40-year-old parent. So B, you're explaining, B's are explaining to A's. A's, channel your 40-year-old parent. B's, you're going to explain the research to a parent. You all with me? Off you go. Okay, short and sweet. I'll stop you there. What was the difference between those two means of communication? What changed from one scenario to the other? Because we're communicating the same information, basically, or the same story. So what was different between talking to a 6-year-old and talking to that 40-year-old parent? What devices did you use?
Like the level of detail needed. So you can go more in depth with the... So you can go more in depth with the adults, whilst with the child, you can just speak quite broadly about the fact that it was a sound and just waking up from sleep. You didn't really have to talk about fire and stuff either.
So you thought about the detail that you actually passed on. Gentleman over here, we'll just get the mic to you.
I think the kind of focus of what details you would present to the person that you're speaking to.
Yeah.
I think from the perspective of a parent, you kind of want to get across the solution to what would be happening, what was the problem, and then how you solved that. Okay. With the kids, it was more like general.
Take another one quickly here.
When I was playing the role of the 40-year-old parent getting the information, my partner said, "Families like yours," which made it very relatable instantly, and I wanted to know, how can I protect my hypothetical children? So that was quite good.
Excellent. Yeah, you know what? You did that really quickly. I said to you, right, talk to a 6-year-old child, boom, you all went straight into it. And I said, right, talk to a 40-year-old parent, you did it. We're natural communicators. Human beings actually do this really deftly. We automatically do it. We know how to do it, right? So we're actually really adept at thinking about how we're communicating and who we're communicating to. And you're right, we change what we say, how we say it. Sometimes we'll change our body posture. We might go down to the lower level of the 6-year-old. You're all sitting down, but you may well have done. So we adapt. And that's a really important thing. And I think sometimes when we're communicating about our work and we're less clear about maybe who our audience is, we don't engage that instinctive ability that you will all have, and you've all demonstrated just there, to actually be able to switch according to who you're talking to. So I think that's a really important thing that we're going to take on, that idea of the ability to communicate and use different ways of communicating according to who you're talking to. One little word of warning with that. You can change the line you take, and I was pleased to hear you say you were changing the information and the detail that you were giving, but be very wary of ever patronizing or talking down to an audience, regardless of who that audience is, right? In terms of priming an audience, that's a really good switch off. So if you want to switch off your audience, talk down to them. I'll give you a very quick example. I hope she won't mind me saying so. My mum's here today. She's 80, all right? Never assume she is any less interested or capable of digesting your work because of her age. But you might take a line with it that would make her more engaged. So what might make an 80-year-old engage with that particular story we have about the smoke alarm? Any thoughts? I can give you the answer, but any thoughts? Yeah, Alan?
Grandkids.
Boom, grandkids. Yeah, so she has grandchildren. She's going to be sitting there thinking, oh, they stay over at my house quite often. Well, I didn't know that alarm would never wake the kids up, or 80% of the kids, and if I've got nephews, grandnephews, all that kind of stuff. So you go in with that line of attack, emphasizing the aspects which might impact on her and make her life more salient. Yeah? Just the same as the gentleman was saying there, he was worrying about his hypothetical kids as a parent when I got him to do that. And that's exactly what you need to be doing. So this business of thinking how to make your research relevant to the people you're talking to is really, really important. Now, I worked on a BBC series called Brainwaves for a long time, many years. And the amount of time we invested in trying to work out how to step into the space of our audience, how to position ourselves where we felt relevant. I mean, it was a really big part of the production process and a really big part of your communication, whichever platform you're on. needs to be thinking about how you step into the space where your audience is. And we just spent so much time doing this. I'm wondering if I've got time to play you a little quick clip of it. You've got a choice. You can have algorithms, or you can have conflict resolution. I've picked those two because neither of them sound terribly sexy. And they weren't terribly sexy when we were presented with them, but we were trying to find a way to get ourselves into the subject of algorithms or conflict resolution. Who would like to hear algorithms? Alan at the back, a couple of others. Who wants to hear conflict resolution? I think the conflict resolution has it. It may not be quite as sexy as it's sounding even there. So let's play a bit of conflict resolution. So this was how we were trying to get our audience to think about this subject.
Picture the scene. You've had a long, busy day, you're tired, and you're late home.
Hi, I'm home.
Callum, leave her alone. Hi, sweetheart.
How was your day?
Oh, completely nuts. Crazy busy in the ward and the kids are driving me round the bend. Callum, stop it! Amy, I've told you, just ignore him.
Sound familiar?
Where's the shopping?
Oh, damn it. I forgot. Sorry. What's for tea?
Uh-oh, bad move.
Well, you tell me, but I had planned still sitting in the supermarket.
You're kidding me. I'm starving.
Oh, really? I'm a domestic slave. Pleased to meet you.
Oop, here we go.
Oh, hang on a minute.
That's a fuse lit.
You hang on a minute. I've done a full shift, come home to play peacemaker and do the washing up you couldn't be bothered to do before you left this morning. All you had to do is pick up the shopping I'd already ordered online, and now you're asking what's for tea.
Now, why do you always do this?
Do what?
Pick a fight the moment I'm in the door, because you've had a crap day at the hospital. You usually make tea on a Tuesday.
Not out of thin air, I don't.
Ah, sort this. I'm going for a takeaway.
Boom!
That's right. Sort yourself out, why don't you?
It's crazy, isn't it? You go from 0 to a walkout in about 30 seconds flat. I've done it loads of times. In fact, I once didn't speak to my ex for 4 days because he didn't make me a sandwich. I've got a gold medal at this stuff, and I imagine you probably have too. I'm Penny Latin, and this Brainwaves is all about trying to understand why we do that. Understand why we behave the way we do when we get into conflict, and what we can do about it.
In an argument, all people are doing is working out what they're going to say next to impose their point of view and therefore their solution on the other person. And of course they get surprised and upset when it doesn't work.
It's a very fine line between robust conversation and conflict, and it really depends on the individuals.
So I sat her down and I spoke to her. And I told her, went through it, and I said, look, I'm deeply sorry. I made a mistake, and I don't want you to worry anymore about it. And she looked at me and she said, Dad, what on earth are you talking about? If only we could learn to let go like that.
That if we can understand conflict and how we experience it and how it impacts us and how it changes us physically and how we communicate with each other, it could make society very different in the future.
Let's face it, even if it's as seemingly small and stupid as an argument over the shopping or a sandwich, none of us enjoys conflict. Whatever the scenario, it makes us feel dreadful. And on a larger scale, it can have a significant impact across every area of our life.
So there we go, conflict resolution. Probably not necessarily what you were expecting to have from conflict resolution. You were imagining some wars or something like that. But we were trying to take the idea of conflict resolution and hammer it firmly into the home of our audience. We knew who our audience was. We had a picture of our audience in our heads, and that's where we placed it. Okay? Who they are, what they're interested in, where they live, what they care about, all these things really, really matter when it comes to communicating about your work. So you can do that business that we were talking about of making it relevant to whether it's men, women, a particular demographic. Thinking about that really, really matters. Now, when you're taking your research or you're taking research out there and you're wanting to communicate about your research, having a think about who your research may be most relevant to might well inform which platform you start to direct it to if you're communicating about it. Because, as you can imagine, a Radio 1 audience is going to be different to a Radio 3 audience, is going to be different to Radio Scotland audience, Radio 4, TikTok. Every single audience has a different kind of shape and dynamic. You can go and do a kind of Google and find a feel for what kind of audience these different places will have. But I think it is worth thinking about potentially targeting your research and your material to where your tribe is. Now, I know you often want to be communicating to a different tribe and a broader tribe, but if you are looking for somewhere to particularly land with the work that you're doing, think very carefully about where your audience is and then how your work will engage with them. Okay? I'm not going to stick on that for too long because time is rattling on, but I just wanted to kind of really get you thinking about where you step into the space, just the same as how we stepped into the space with that piece on conflict resolution, not revolution. I want to talk just very quickly, touch on news, all right, because you may well be approached by a news outlet to talk about your work, or you may be wanting to go to a news outlet and push your work to see if it can get on the news in some fashion. Getting on the news, you get to a broad range of people. Very difficult to target a particular audience, although different newses are on different platforms and have different approaches, so I think that audience stuff is always relevant. But there are particular tricks to getting more likely to be on the news, which is probably worth quickly sharing with you. So I thought I'd just give you a few little tricks of the trade. Be ready to talk in a very small time about your work. So what is the most important thing about your work in 30 or 40 seconds? Most news clips, particularly if they're audio, or even actually online, are not going to want something that's more than about 30 or 40 seconds. That is a challenge, particularly when you've invested all this time and energy in your work and research, and you've got to digest it or distill it down to 30 or 40 seconds. But be ready to do that. Think about what that top line would be and what it would look like. Okay? One way you can actually help, I'm going to talk a bit more about this in a second, but how you can control the story with news is even to be able to provide your own audio clip. You know, if you're not sure that they're going to necessarily take the line you want them to with your research. Interestingly, I was working in the newsroom up in Inverness recently, and it wasn't a very exciting story. It was a story about a man who is with BT Open Work and had gone across to Col to fix a problem and found he had taken the neighbour's cat with him. So in the back of a van, he's taken his neighbour's cat on the ferry over to Col. But I tell you, loads of people picked that up. That was all over the news. And I tell you why. It's because Open Work very cleverly got him to record 2 30-second clips. So we already had the clips ready to go. And they told the story well, very well, with these clips. So it was easy. It was easy to put news out there. Make it easy, right? So if you can distill your work into a neat 30-second clip, record it yourself on your phone. Right? Provide the clip. It's a really useful thing to do. I'll let you into this. Timing of when you put out news or a clip or put out a news press release is really useful, knowing some of your timings. Journalists are busy/lazy and love a story to be handmade ready to roll, so clips ready to roll. If you're writing a press release, make sure the top line is as punchy and relevant as possible. Do a short version, then do a longer version. Don't overwrite it, there's no point. If that journalist can just take that, copy and paste, they will love you, and they'll do it. They really will do it, because I work in the newsroom. Fridays are a great day to send out a story for a Monday. People are tired by a Friday. They love stories to come in ready-made. And the people working over the weekends want to make their Sundays really short. And they've got to be putting stuff together for Monday and Tuesday. All right? So it's a little trick, but if you want to communicate and get your communication out there, Fridays is a good day to be putting your story out. Anything too far in advance will get lost in a newsroom. All right? Newsrooms are tending to be working week to week. Although they put some things in a planner, they tend to be big stories. So if you're wanting to get hit, expect to be doing something, putting out a press release in kind of the next 3 days that it will be relevant. Okay? And if you do put a press release together, make sure that you are available to talk about it and the contact details on it work. Okay? And lastly, if you don't have a PR department and you're not working with the kind of the university press department where you are, think about which news story or news program will be most relevant, and then target your stuff to them. Phone up that organisation, ask for the email for that particular Radio 4 Today program or whatever else, and send it there. Be bold. Don't be afraid to do that. They're looking for stories. They're hungry for stories. So you can manage your own material pretty effectively. Alan, am I still good for time? 5 or 7 minutes. Okay. That was a very quick whiz through some news stuff. It won't be relevant to all of you, but I think it is worth having a little think just about how you can potentially get stuff over on the news if that's worthwhile. You can always come up and talk to me about that a bit more afterwards. I want to finish with something which I'm calling confidence and pushback and ownership. I have got a little clip, but I'm not sure if I'm going to play it. I'll tell you what, we'll play it very quickly, and then I'll just sum up with some areas that you can push back and take hold of your story when you're communicating it. This is Professor Polly Arnold. I was doing a piece about the legacy of nuclear power, and we end up having a bit of a tussle. It's not Polly to begin with. I start off at Doomray, and then it's me and Polly. But we'll talk about it in just a sec.
What struck me at Doomray was how, whatever you do to clean up the radiation, you just end up creating more radioactive waste.
And the high radiation contamination does get into moving parts. It does start to degrade glass, plastic, cameras, etc. And so all our equipment that we do post into the cell, it does have a finite life. The equipment that we put in there, it can be a camera, it can be a grinder, it can be any standard tools that we would use outside in the open. It has a finite life, and we treat it as a disposable item.
And it all becomes part of the clean-up operation. As soon as it goes in there, it will have to end up being cleaned up.
By definition, we do have to minimise the additional liability that we create as we decommission.
Do you ever pause and think about the fact that scientists, physicists, created something that, yes, gave us huge amounts of power and energy, but they, at the same time, they didn't create the answers to the problems it would create?
I think none of the earlier reactors, none of the earlier chemical plants or research facilities or shielded cells had any thought put into their design. And that's what's making the earlier decommissioning complex and difficult.
I mean, I kind of can't believe that it ran away with itself as it did. Is it me that's naive?
You're being very mean to humans. So
really?
I've been told that at the time people were going, well, this is great, this will produce so much electricity for such a small amount of waste. This has got to be better than anything else we can think of, we'll deal with it later.
Yeah, but the most toxic waste possible. I mean, if it's a small amount, yeah, sure, but if you can't deal with it, because it's going to last for millions of years, that's still quite a high price to pay.
Yeah, and here we are laughing. However, I'm surrounded by scientists of all flavours who are constantly doing research projects that will take till way beyond they die to come to fruition. And many of them don't have children, and we look at each other and go, why are we working on this anti-cancer drug that's not going to be able to treat me or my children or my nieces and nephews? I think a huge amount of the things that we look at the moment are, well, either naive or altruistic. Maybe that's another part of us being humans and being unable to stop ourselves from exploring. But I think you're being meaner than you should be.
Quite right. Polly Arnold putting me politely back in my box. The reason I played you that is because the one thing that Polly will never be is intimidated or lacking in confidence. And that is a big part of the communication story. Right? You have a right to own your story. It can be, it's lovely. Someone comes along and says, right, I want you to be on my program. Come and tell me about your research. And you can be so grateful that someone wants to come and have you talk about your research, that actually they kind of wrestle it off you. What I want to finally tell is you can take control of your story. So if, for example, someone does come up and say, right, I'd like you to be on our program, or I'd like you to appear on whatever it is, even in a newspaper article, I want you to pause and think, right? Where am I appearing? Who am I going to be with? Am I going to be edited or live? Or on whatever format that's going to be. Ask, what's the area of my work that grabbed you? So you know what it is that people are going to want to be talking to you about. Ask them who their audience is. All this stuff we've been talking about, so you can tailor what it is you're talking about to that particular audience. Ask how long they want to talk to you for. If you know someone's going to want to talk for 5 minutes, it's very different to suddenly turning up and being asked to give a 30-second or 40-second clip. Okay? So you can take ownership of your story. Am I part of a discussion? If I'm part of a discussion, who else is going to be there and what are they talking about? That affects massively what you might be talking about in terms of your particular bit of research. Can I have the questions in advance? Most people will probably say no, but you can ask, and then you know what it is that you're doing. Being prepared in advance by pushing back and being confident about what it is you're doing will help your communication, because then you can be prepared to do all the other things that we've been talking about this afternoon. But own your story. That is us out of time. I had hoped to have a bit of wriggle room for you to ask questions, but I'm afraid things were slightly shorter than I'd expected them to be. So I hope that has been useful. To take away then in your pocket, we've had passion, we've had stories, we've had positioning yourself alongside your audience, we've had painting pictures, we've had adjusting your language, tone, and target according to who you're talking to. Think long and hard how to make your story relevant. Take control and ownership so you can deliver the right message in the best way. And the final thought to leave you with, go away and think, what is my clickbait? What is the thing, the one thing that will make someone hook at the top and stick with me? And that doesn't matter what platform you're on. What is my clickbait? Okay, thank you.
All right, welcome back everyone. Thank you for making your way back into the Petlands room. I trust you've had a great time, great opportunity to learn from our masterclass speakers and to share with one another during the breaks, learn a bit more about what each other did. It really is my pleasure to welcome our final keynote speaker for today. For those of you who are here, you have already heard him. Penny used one of the clips from her interview with him. Sir Jeff Palmer is a human rights activist and Chancellor of Heriot-Watt University. He was Scotland's first black professor and has spent many years working on increasing opportunities, widening access and tackling discrimination. And it really is my delight to invite him to the stage now to give our final keynote. Sir Jeff.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you all very much for inviting me here today. I had to make a long trip in from Pennycook. You know, we are sort of a bit isolated up in the Pentlands, but it's always good to come down to Edinburgh. I was just saying that when I came to Edinburgh in 1964, you know, I walked up the mound and, you know, we were remembering the smell because there were loads of breweries in Edinburgh then. And the whole city was just full of the smell of beer in the morning. And that has changed significantly. I was at the Heriot-Watt, and we had a brewery next door to the Heriot-Watt. It was one of probably the best breweries that we thought in the world, and it was Campbell, Hope and King. And, you know, we used to nip over there to get samples from the university. Well, Heriot-Watt wasn't a university then, it was a college. So I've seen a lot of changes in Edinburgh over many, many years. Now, how did I manage to come to Scotland and to go to the Heriot-Watt and Edinburgh universities? Well, I arrived in Britain in 1955 on what was called a banana boat from Jamaica. So my mum had left Jamaica in 1951, and she worked in London at night because there weren't any jobs for a lot of black people in those days because they didn't know who we were. And she stayed at the Salvation Army because it was difficult to get accommodation for a migrant in London. And she worked from 1951 to 55, and she saved £86. And that was my fare from Jamaica to London. I arrived in Liverpool in March 1955, and I met my mother for the first time since 1951, and I didn't recognize her. I was walking up and down the station at Paddington in London, and a woman just came and grabbed me by my neck and said, "I'm your mother." And until she passed away in 2003, we often joked about it because I said, "How the hell I know you're my mother? You're so poor." But what I'm trying to say in terms of if you don't understand somebody's history, it's sometimes extremely difficult to deal with them fairly and properly or helpfully. And therefore, when I came in 1955, I'd just been to a church school in Jamaica. You know, you went to Sunday school and you went to church and you went to the ordinary school. So therefore, when I came to London in 1955, I had no idea why my mother sent for me. I came on the 3rd of March, and on the 4th of March, she woke me up early in the morning. We had one room in the attic. And she then gave me the bad news. She says, "You're going to work." And I thought, work? Nobody told me in Jamaica about work. I got dressed, I had something to eat, and then she took me down the stairs in Islington. It was just not far from the Pentonville prison where people were executed in those days. And she got me up, and I put on my clothes. We got to the door, and there was a man at the door. And he looked like, very official. And he said to my mom, "Is that Godfrey Palmer?" Because my name isn't Jeff. That's Godfrey Palmer. And my mother said yes. And she said, "Where are you going?" He said, "We're going to work." And the man said, "You can go to work, but he can't. He's not 15. So the leaving age for school in London at that time was 15. And I was 14 years and 11 months. My birthday is April. And this was the 3rd of March. Now, if that man wasn't at the door, I wouldn't be here talking to you today. And that's very important. I gave a talk to the Care Commission the other day. And somebody said, "You don't know how significant that story is," because the man at the door had to make a decision. My mom was pleading, saying, "Look, it's only a month. He could stay at home with me for a month. And then, we would be complying with the law." And the man, I can still hear it from 1955, he said, "I don't make the rules. He's got to go to school for the month. Those are the rules." Now, supposing he had agreed with my mom and think it's only a month, then the whole thing would have been different in terms of my education and what I've done since that time. So she took me to the first school, and they designated me educationally subnormal. This is a school in Islington. I won't call its name because it's still there. So I had to go to a secondary modern school, which is not far away. And the headmaster took me, but he said, "I won't take you for a month. I'll take you for a term." Again, there's an individual making a decision. Nothing this time to do with the law. And he took me for a term. Fortunately, it was a summer term. And I was very good at cricket. So I played cricket in the summer term, and the school put me in for a trial. And within 2 months of being in the country, I was in the London schoolboys cricket team, which is a prerogative of grammar school boys. And this is a secondary mod. So I was playing for London. After 3 months, the fixtures were Eton, Harrow, Winchester. I had no idea what they were. And the local grammar school saw that, and the headmaster wanted a cricketer. So he negotiated my transfer to the grammar school. So come September 1955, I was in a grammar school, no 11 plus, struggling with the academia, but I was helping them win cricket matches. I left in 1958, got a job at London University as a technician, Queen Elizabeth's College. And the professor there, who was the name change, one day he came in and he asked me my name, and I said, Godfrey Henry Oliver Palmer. He says, "Can I call you Jeff?" And I said, "That's okay. It's no big deal." So I've been calling myself Jeff ever since. The point is that he somehow must have detected somewhere that I've got some abilities as a technician. And he gave me a half day off to get my A-levels. And by 1961, I had 4 A-levels and all the O-levels that were required, but I couldn't get into any British university. And he telephoned Leicester University. And I got into Leicester University in 1961 on a phone call. The point is that none of that would have happened if it were just my abilities alone. Individuals in the society have that can make that kind of difference, depending on how they see individuals. So I went to Leicester University, I got an honours degree, and it was very difficult because I got an honours degree, went back to London, and I couldn't get a job. So I got a job peeling potatoes, which I thought was close enough to botany. The other job was in a betting shop, which I thought I can't add, so betting shop wouldn't be any good for me. So I took the job peeling potatoes. And I had 2 interviews in December, which were very significant. One was by the second most powerful politician in the country at the time. And as soon as I walked into the room, it was at Reading University, I walked into the room and the politician says, why don't I go back from where I came and grow bananas? I did point out to him, it's difficult to grow bananas in Haringey. And until I can grow bananas in Haringey, I'm going nowhere. And I also pointed out to him that Jamaica, where I came from, have been part of the British setup since 1655. 1655. And we have contributed to this country since then. And therefore, I'm going nowhere. And of course, it didn't get me the position, but I felt better. The point is that I failed that interview, and then I had a successful interview in Edinburgh. I saw an advert for a PhD at Heriot-Watt University in 1964, December, just coming up. And I met a wonderful lady called Professor Anna MacLeod. A hall of residence is named after her at the Heriot-Watt now. But she interviewed me at Chambers Street. And after a very short interview, she took me on the basis that she said, when I was telling you about the brewing and distilling industries and barley, which you had to do research on, you were looking out the window. And I said, what was important about that, Anna? You know, after I got to know her many years, I said, why did you do that? She says, you know, I hate keen people. And you didn't show that kind of keenness. So again, you never know what people are looking at when you go for an interview. And therefore, she took me, and I did my PhD. I finished it in '67, did a postdoc, and I went to work in research for the brewing and distilling industries. Now, I worked there, and then in 1977, I came back to Scotland as a lecturer at Heriot-Watt and retired in 2005 as a professor, etc. During that time, and I noticed what people were talking about was research. And the story so far is an inequality story. Because basically, people were making decisions about me. And therefore, why did these people did what they did for me? Because if you look at my time from I arrived at Liverpool, not knowing where I was, in 1955, all the teachers and the people I met, right up until now, that you have people in the society, it's what Robert Burns calls the goodness that mitigates woe. The goodness that mitigates woe. The point is that individuals have a very powerful position to make inequality. Now, what is if we talk about the benefit of this, in addition to the fact that I got enough money to buy somewhere to live and got married and stuff like that. In fact, the lady, when I went to Leicester University, my first achievement in 1961 was there was a little girl with a bicycle and she wanted it fixed. Of course, I'm from Islington. I don't know to fix a bike. I've never seen one. But I offered to fix it, and she's still at home in Pennycook complaining that I ruined her bike. However, what is the importance of these decisions? Now, when I came to Scotland and did my PhD, To me, research is about finding and developing information. And that information in my area was science, and science drives technology. And I'll give you an example of that. In that when I came in 1964 to Edinburgh, in January 1965, I started my research on barley. I'd never worked on barley before. And therefore, the first thing I did, I went to the library and I sat down and I read just about everything I could on barley. I don't know what made me do that, but I did. And when I went into the lab, I started to work on barley, thinking I know as much as I could. Now, in science, or in wherever area you want to do research in, there are concepts, there are views, there are beliefs. And the point is that in science is to look at these, or any research, and see, is there anything wrong with them? Do they sound consistent? Are they relevant? And if they're not, why are they not relevant? And therefore, I looked at the barley in that way, and within a year, and we published the paper in Nature. That's my, I think, first or second publication was in Nature. And Nature is the creative journal where you put in original research. And what I found was that the grain didn't work as the industry worldwide thought. And you're talking about Heineken, Carlsberg, who had, the Carlsberg laboratory developed the method for protein analysis. That's Kelda. The point is that these guys, when I reported that the grain did not work as you think it did, they were so astonished, whether Budweiser or Australian brewers, etc. And what my concept was very simple. The world thought the grain digested itself when it's going from barley to malt. It's the germ that did the digestion. The germ produced the enzymes. And my work showed that the germ didn't do that. It was the bran. The bran layer is called the allurone. That's a fancy name for it. And the allurone was the tissue that did it. It's just that people never looked at it on a time course basis, meaning you look at it every 2 hours rather than every 24 hours or 12 hours. I looked at it every 2 hours. How the grain changes. And what I found is the bran did it. Now that caused great controversy because that is also involved with plant breeding. If you're breeding for the germ, and that costs hundreds of thousands of pounds breeding a new variety, and you think it's the germ, then you are trying to promote the wrong tissue. So therefore, it had all sorts of implications, this observation. But when I left Edinburgh and went to the research unit in Surrey, my boss was the guy who developed structure for penicillin. So you had a hell of a lot to aim at. And he just told me, Jeffrey, I want you to work on blue pigs, not pink pigs. And that was the end of the interview. Well, what I did is that the concept is very simple. If the bran is the tissue that produces the enzyme, then what you could do is stimulate the bran at the initial stage of the process, rather than waiting for 5 days, as the process normally takes, or 7 days. Because people think it took 7 days because the germ is doing it and is progressing to the back. What it is was the bran being stimulated and it was moving to the back of the grain. So if I could stimulate the bran at the initial stages of the process, then it should accelerate the whole thing. And instead of producing malt in 9 days or whatever it is, you could do it in 7, and that's exactly what we did. We developed a process to scratch the back of the grain. I did the first grain with a pin. And then we did it with a small perler. Instead of using the perler for 1 hour, we just put it in for 5 seconds. And that scratched the back of the grain. And we went to Manchester, we built a machine that did 10 tons an hour, scratching the back of grains. 10 tons an hour. And Bass Charrington's had 8 of those machines. Allied breweries had 10. They never quite said how many they had. But that process, therefore, increased production and accelerated the process. Watney Truman's used it. If they didn't, they'd be out of business earlier. The point is a very simple idea. It's not an idea, it's a truth. The fact is that the powers that be still haven't accepted it. I saw somebody in 2017 still trying to figure out that it can't be right. The point is, it was producing hundreds of thousands of tons of grain a year. The point is that it cannot be changed. And in my book, I've got a book called Cereal Science and Technology. And the strap line is as follows. Technology is science that works. Technology is science that works. So if you get the science right or the information right, what you hope to derive from it is more likely to work. If you have the information correct. And that's very simple. If the information is correct, then in fact that information is invaluable because you can then apply it. If the information is incorrect, no matter who you are, it's not going to work, or it's not going to work consistently. And again, therefore, if those people hadn't helped me, then it's called the barley abrasion process. If you look on your phone, just type in barley abrasion, just 2 words. And that will describe the process, because that's the significance it had on the brewing and distilling industries. And what has been the consequence? I looked at a scientific paper in the medical profession the other day, and they're now using the bran, the aleurone layer, as a tissue to study the biochemistry of human beings, how their cells work. Because the bran only consists of one type of cells. If you try to get tissue from other sources, they have more than one type. And therefore, you can't rely on the results. But with the bran, which is in cereals, it's one type of cell. And thus they can look at the biochemistry of how hormones work, because you need hormone to stimulate the bran for it to produce enzymes. And of course, the germ isn't useless because it produces the hormone. So the hormone is produced by the germ, and the hormone goes to the bran, stimulates it to produce enzyme. And that's very similar to how our hormones work. So you have 2 different tissues, a human tissue and a barley grain. The hormonal principles are the same. Now, if you're looking at, say, equality again, in 1985, I was sitting at the Heriot Watt lecturing to my students, and the telephone rang, and it was the Guinness Company. And the Guinness Company, when they call you, you've got to respond because they support the university. And Guinness said, could I come to London? They have a problem in Nigeria, because Guinness has 4 breweries in Nigeria, 4 enormous breweries. They have breweries also in other parts of the world, in the Far East. And even in Jamaica, they were brewing. And Guinness said, Jeff, we've got a problem in Nigeria. The government has banned the import of European grain. Heineken has 5 breweries in Nigeria. And I was a bit worried, because that was a sudden thing. I lived in Edinburgh, and I'm in London speaking to the Guinness executive. And I tried to get out of it by saying, well, look, I'm from Jamaica, and my ancestors left Nigeria under very difficult circumstances 200 years ago. And I've forgotten the language. And the production director said, the boss thought you would say that. So you got to go anyway because we support your university. So I went to Nigeria, and to cut a long story short, what I did in Nigeria was to propose that the company use the local grain, sorghum. They didn't have to use barley. And that caused a great consternation, using sorghum. I said it's a cereal, and the structure is very similar to barley. It doesn't look like it looks like a pea. And to their credit, they processed the sorghum, and sorghum was used to make Guinness. And a university professor in Pretoria has now told me that what you suggested in '85, which is now being used, is now being used all over Africa and other countries with sorghum. And that has changed the agriculture for the local farmers who now have customers, large customers dependent on their raw material. The point is that that's the power of equality. Guinness didn't ask what color I was. They didn't ask, what good my English was. They actually chose somebody who they thought could do the job. And the point is that if you're talking about equality in research, then in fact the people who helped me to get to this position, owe the credit, not me. The point is that inequalities are based on racism in terms of when you're talking about many people non-white people from abroad. And one may say, when I say that, some people will say, oh, racism, I'm not racist, you're exaggerating and stuff. And I said, well, and I've done this before, when I'm teaching my students, they're used to it, like you've heard of Stuart Brewing in Lonehead? Yeah, that's my student. And you've heard of Brewdog? One of the owners is my student. So they have got all this stuff. That's my approach when I'm teaching. My attitude, if you're teaching people, you're teaching them to think. And therefore, one of the things I'll say to you, if somebody says, race, what's the point of it? I hope I'm on time. I can't see the clock. Okay, couple of minutes. The interesting thing about race, if you're talking about equality, is that I could say to you now, could you define race? Somebody who thinks they know it, stand up and tell me what race is. Why am I a different race from you? What is the definition? No definition, no meaning. So therefore, if somebody will stand up anytime you like, the point is that we use words and we have concepts and we have beliefs which we've never ever questioned. The point is that if we go down the road, as my friend Mr. David Hume got up one morning in 1750 or something like that, and he said Negroes were inferior to whites. You type that on your phone, you'll get it. He said it. People say, well, where did you get that? I say, it's not where I get it. If you type in Negroes are inferior to whites, it'll come up, David Hume. And the point is that he's the great mind of the Enlightenment. That statement is the most unreasonable statement that's ever been made. But of course, it was made, it was used to justify the enslavement of black people during slavery from the 1750s right up to 1838. The point is that people sometimes are looking for justification. And unfortunately, some of us academics find ways of giving them that. And the point is, Immanuel Kant picked that up and said the Negro race was inferior to white. And that is the view that killed George Floyd. Exactly the same. The point is that we have concepts about things. When you think the damage that race has done, we can't define it because we don't know exactly what it's describing. It's not just basis of color, because my heart is probably closer to you than your relatives in terms of a transplant. And therefore, as far as I'm concerned, in terms of equality, the point is that, a diverse society needs diverse management to be fair and efficient. And when I say to be fair and efficient, the little contribution I've made to the brewing and distilling and grain industry in general, plus I've done now more recent work for Edinburgh Council, Edinburgh University on equality, race and equality. And some of the work we've done for Edinburgh, you may have just heard that the Edinburgh Council has apologized for the role of the city in slavery. So again, that's part of my work. And therefore, my mother's 86 pounds, which she always used to blackmail me, because when she's in Haringey and she wants something done, she used to ring up Edinburgh and she says, come and fix my toilet. And I said, look, Mother, I'm supposed to be teaching. And she said, just send my 86 pound back. It wasn't redeemable, no matter what else she got. But, I'm delighted that I was asked to come here today. And what I've tried to explain, or just to give you an example of, is the power of diversity. Because when I got off that banana boat at Liverpool in 1955, nobody could have predicted that I would have been here talking to you today about equality, diversity, and also a little bit about the importance of different minds looking at the same thing. Our society needs that, because we may have had somebody cutting sugarcane and living for less than 10 years who could have developed the cure for cancer. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir Jeff, for these words, for sharing your story with us, and these inspiring thoughts that our minds are all that we need to share with each other, so that we can find the research and the innovation that will help us all to continue. I want to thank everyone who's participated in today's event in person, particularly those online. I think at one time we looked and there was 147 people joining us online from the 40 that had said that we're going to be there. So we must have done something right. It's been great to see your faces, to share with your stories throughout today. And I really look forward to the next part of our event that will be at the National Museum for Scotland, just on Chambers Street. To get there, get out of here, get on the main road. There's a bus that will take you right there. We're fortunate there's a great diversion right now because of roadworks. Every single bus that's on the main road over there will go down Chambers Street. So you can't go wrong. Still, find a local, find somebody who knows where they're going, go as a cohort, go as people who have learned to meet each other and know each other today, and we'll see you at the museum for the next part of today's program. Before we do that, I just want to acknowledge the people at the John McIntyre Centre for setting up everything, and Cameron's for the AV, and they'll continue to provide that support for tonight. I want to give a special thanks to Suzanne, my comms director, for all the work and support that she's given for enabling today. Obviously, we've heard from many people and thank them for their participation. And I look forward to sharing over some canapes and a nice little drink with you guys at the museum. Please make sure you grab something slightly more tangible and substantial to eat on your way there. There's a fair bit of time. We'll be opening the doors from 5:30 and aiming to start at 6. 5, and there you go. I'm getting my notes wrong. So we'll be opening the doors at Chambers Street in 5 in about 20 minutes, and we'll be starting the program at 6 o'clock. So there's a good hour and a half to spend and get there. Thank you very much.